Open game. 3 GB download. Where is chat? Oh, there you are. I had you off, I forgot. It's like, where is it? Where are they? Where did they go? 3 GB download. I forgot there was a bigger update as well. But there's still a 3 GB download in-game. It wasn't even just a Steam update yet. Some kind of, I think it was like some additional the download because of problems with Unity update. Where's my bamboo hat? I don't have one. I'm not allowed to have one. I'm too white or something. Should have just... Well, actually, I was going to say should have just printed out a PNG of a bamboo hat and tape it to my forehead. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work. I don't have a printer. So I couldn't. Even if I had that idea earlier. Is my camera fucked up? Like, pointed too high? That looks more normal. You shouldn't be seeing, like, the corner of the room up there. But yeah, no, the title is a lie. I'm actually gonna have a bamboo hat. Streamer fucking lies instantly. No shame. Well, I guess we wait for the game to download the update itself. Also, before I put the sound on, I have to wait for the update to finish before I can even put the sound into stream. Because it's playing Millie. So we wait. And we'll try and not delay too much this time, because it's like a Thursday, and we gotta do an entire Intervallo. I don't want to be here until like midnight. 6 hours from now, preferably. So we'll try and not stall loads. But we do also have to do a cheeky 10 on the banner. I don't need that open. I think I can empty this. Sure. Yeppers. Okay, let me make this game sound on, please. And also full screen, please. There we go. Limbus. Will it capture? There we go. Whoa, it appears. Give me my Lunashi. Holy moly, 300. Huge, massive. Massive Lunashi. All right, I didn't do the rookie mistake of I didn't log in earlier today to turn all of my stamina into into modules. I was like, all right, I'll need them again. There's normal stages to do. That's crazy. All right, also I guess new bonus units as well that I'll have to like consider in some way. That's the wrong place to go. Look at all these people with hats. And only one of them with a bamboo hat. What are the bonus units? Obviously, obviously the new ones. Duh. Mersal, full... Actually, what the fuck? I have all of them? The hell? I have all of them. That's funny. Frankly shocked. 20, 40, 60, 80. Oh, actually, I would have enough to run all of them, even if I don't get anything from here. I guess I could still borrow a unit, though. But also, out of these, I think BL Mersal is the only one that's leveled. So whatever, if I run them in the team, they're like not gonna be actually in there doing much. Cause I guess I could level up the Faust and the Sinclair or something? Like some of them maybe, but Like, literally only Merceau is at any reasonable level. So... That was a weird lag. Nope, give me the animation again. Oh, because alright, because it takes you here and then it takes you to stages. Alright, and then now they don't know show that they don't show you the don't show you the stage amounts. Silly. That's the wrong place. We need to go here. Wow, I got 50. Oh, right, I did do 50 on the Otis banner. I forgot. Well, we might. How many singles do I? Okay, I have 3 singles. I thought I'd have a bunch of singles. I don't have any singles. Why does my chair feel weirdly low? Maybe I'm just sitting. No, it's all the way at the top. Let's hope my chair also doesn't fucking explode today. Yesterday I did go through some effort on trying to fix my chair a little bit more, and it may have possibly worked. There's a small chance it has worked. Yep, we'll do a cheeky 10. Maybe one more. Surely. No. Fucking nothing. Okay. Absolutely nothing. Okay, never mind. We're chill. We're good. What the fuck? This has been suddenly named Perfect Trial? Why? Why has this been named Huh? Why has this been renamed on its own? Because they added some new tags. But... Okay. Interesting. Let's make a... I kind of want to just grab one of these just so that I have like... Let me just make this one. I'll just make this an event. So we can constantly switch. This one I can just switch out, I guess. Because we obviously need our bonus people. Like you. I guess we could just read the first note, because that's easier to... Well, it doesn't really matter in this case, because I mean, I can see... What levels are they? She's uptight. Actually, see this. She's 55. Whoa. So high level. She's level 1. Cool. She doesn't have one. He can just be you, I guess. Well, Merceau obviously has him. You don't have nothing. In theory, I'd probably just borrow the Ish, though, I think I just borrow the Ish instead. So you can be, I don't know. Oh, because we'll see. Do I use any kind of blade lineage? I mean, 3 blade lineage is fine enough, I guess. We just borrow the Ish. And then just have like, I mean, you're bleed at least. Alternatively, I could put in just the full stop brothers. But if we borrow an Ish, then we don't have to take 2 of the blade lineage units for the bonus points. Then we can have something more useful. It's still gonna make it for a bit of a fucked up team, kinda. It's gonna be all over the place. It's gonna be a fucking mishmash of units. I guess technically it's kinda bleed-ish, because blade lineages are bleed. No, they're poise. They're not bleed. Fuck. Are you also just poise? Yeah, never. They're poised. They're not bleed. I'm dumb. He's dumb. Never mind. I guess poise. Yeah, sure. If we're poising, then why not? I think maybe just put like random stronger units in. I mean, Sinclair can be blade lineage as well, I guess. Sure. Do you have a poise? Your poise units is Heishopek. Maybe you're just Night Owls. those poisers, and then, I mean, these two blade lineage. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. And then if we borrow an ish, then that's enough for us to get the bonuses. Oh, I mean, Sinclair's here as well. So actually, we can have one of these blade lineages not here. Because Sinclair happened to actually be 55. But only up to 3. Who do we? I mean, he's kind of an easy choice to just have in there as a backup. And so would she, but obviously then I don't have enough blade lineage identities in. Unless I put in you. Then I could have the 2 indexes in there. Sure. That works. That works. Why not? Okay, sure. Sure. I'll go with that. My headphones on? No way. Here. All right, music change, of course. I leaned back in my chair a little and it scared me. I have trauma now. Yippers. Oh, wait, do I have 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay, yeah, I have enough. It works! Stages! Oh yeah, we just started reading. First, it's just reading. 9.5.15. Also, this is just as 9.5 instead of 9.5.2, even though obviously this is the second intervallo, but... Consultation session. Now we're in the bus. Before we go wherever we're going this time around. Alright, also right. I have to actually read. No, voice this time. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... Hey. No, he's just been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante? Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but... It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Right, okay, yeah, Dante does have more to consider now. When everyone's split up. Now they're starting to do that. On top of that, all your shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. Do be shopping. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district. The bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but... distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. Butter. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi-Sung, and Merceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Brody and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. Wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. Oh, I guess maybe we'll have split team fights again. This isn't DFN, it's true. This is priority. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. Oh no, she's getting bullied. That's what consultations are for. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but... This is not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be... you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? No, she's just getting bullied in there. So you can access it just fine. She doesn't want to go in there, though. Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions in which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That's not intended as confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. She really is like a child getting bullied. Who doesn't want to tell her parent? Right? I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear the memories concerning the individuals designated Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryosho and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Good reminder. I want my old memories come back though. Is it because of this clockhead? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Are you calling Dante a bongi? Bongi? Yes, bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be attained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Never mind, she was talking about the sentient cooked chickens, but somehow turned it into, Dante, it's not your turn yet. You have your kanto still to come. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. Hell? And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Reminders of stuff that happened in, like, fucking chapter 0. So I have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, is that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. It's not about the destination, John Dante. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Otis's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. That wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. They really are just shopping. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'll be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rodya, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? She's refilling her stocks. Her jacket stocks. I noticed this group. Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issue. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. Who the heck? It's rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. I wouldn't say it's not serious. Is it Kim? Or who? Who? There's a guy! 9516, rendezvous. Alright, because that's why it's just 95 and not 952, because it just continues counting from the previous one. Previous one ended at 14 and it just continues counting instead of being like a second one. I did 20 pulls quickly and then I was like, okay, no, it's not giving me anything. They scammed me. They gave me nothing. Dante jacket. They have multiple. It's going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand over arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter. They don't know. He's like 20. He's not a military man. And Don is Don. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. I think that all the personnel in my team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? It's a little funny to call Don ordinary people, but... yeah, really, like, they should have, if they wanted these hand signals, they really should have trained, because... Of course Sinclair doesn't know it, and like I said, Don's Don. This is unacceptable. After all the operations all have been deployed under my lead, you're still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signs. But they teach them! I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Oh! Megaton landing! Hello, Ezra. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, you're supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito, a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry about your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. After team must not be a fan of Ezra. Are you shadow banned? Oh yeah, you are kind of shadow. Ah, you are shadow banned. Man, YouTube just hates some people. What can I say? Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. What the fuck? Oh, some weak-ass distortions. Oh, I guess her landing is just very strong. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? The faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appears to be a sweeper. And that one yonder appears the attire of an ordinary fixer. A sweeper? The fuck? This distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Or local resident fucking squished. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. Expression request is kind of a pain. Wanted to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. Plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Slaying? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? Many such cases. This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task which we have committed our hands. Really? Huh. Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only on your girl. This time that dude, Mr. Bamboo-Headed Kim also, Bamboo-Headed Kim's also here, so. Full name? Huh? He's okay now? Sure is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. Last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Engdu stated that his mind yet to regain its former tranquility. Ah, that. You'll get to it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Real? Oh. What a shot. They're so ominous. Ah, you have arrived. Ah, it's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. The sun? Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine comments by Mersal. No way. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's probably enough to fry my eyeballs. They just have a fucking light in there? They just have an aura farming light? Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicating workings of such a contraption. It is activated of its own accord, and I've yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden on the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the neck. Hang on, did you say Mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? I gotcha. Who the heck is this guy? Why does he look so... I don't know, like, done with it. Sick of it. Also bangs. She covered her forehead. No way. It's not just Ishmael. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Wait, wait, who's the other guy? Yes, that's me. I guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. It was him? Who's the other guy? Man, my goat is washed? They chopped his shit. And he lost his hat? Oh, no, oh, it's the hang. Oh, it was just hanging the clothes on it? Oh. Our guy? He's like, I don't want to do this shit. He looked so fucking sick of it. Search for the inflection point, okay? Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-hatted Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, the fire in her head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. What the fuck? What kind of... Who is this guy? Can we check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man who we fought. Look what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. What's the ticking and talking going on? That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? His face as well. Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I also thought he'd, be a bit older. I got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Dang, dude, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. You were also a little different from when I remember you in Ruina, so like... I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear? That faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you were a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Engdu? Yes, Mentor. That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about guys who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you're much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? So he's just shy? He's just shy? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might have invited the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. What is that? Smile. Creepy ass smile. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks, in any case. Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part. Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? They've already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Rarely, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. Don is like, go touch grass? Touchable field of grass. Venturing forth into the open air and touching grass. Was his face in Ruin Art still quite a different impression? I mean, really, yeah, because he did not indeed. He did not speak like this in Ruina either. Master of the company expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You'll have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you... I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? He's a bum! He's a fucking bum! The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? Let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I mean, not some big shot egg who's apparently been promoting me as folks. And I very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably forced you to stay. He wants to be unemployed. He wishes, dreams of unemployment. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day they were going on about, what's his name? Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Engdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Despite all the oral, as he became way more relatable guy, significant. That's relatable. Look, I just want to be unemployed if I can. Hey Treasure, I might submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor, only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Lost all of his aura and became a bum. No, apparently, that's just what he was always. Look at the stupid face as well. Mingdu also somehow looks, I don't know, goofier. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Also, yeah, Ingdu is just like... Ingdu has, like, delusion glasses on while looking at Kim, apparently. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase from me. I shall cover the cost myself. Coping. No candidate. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort that possesses neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. I must beg this favor of you. She can't go shopping? What the? Give me a freaking headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There's no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get what you want. You're the gentle lady, Mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. She's also kind of a little scary. No sooner Engdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. It was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, right, true, yeah. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Touch the arms. Even her clothes are different now, and that sword. Yeah, frankly, she's kind of dripped out now. They gave her drip. That's a lot of debt. Drip debt. Had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed on her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Dude, the classic. You can see that in your brain. Every time there's like a new cool prosthetic that someone has, they do like the... And then it goes like... The classic scene. And whose arm is probably just a gift for helping them in the invasion. I don't know, they could be really expensive ones, so you know, like... And then there's the debt for Kim. There's like a Kim debt and maybe possibly an Engdu debt. But maybe Engdu already covered it. By indeed already doing some work. Oh, such graceful smoothness. Went to machine articulation. It's as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Alright, him. Yep, the showcase would have gone a lot faster without that trademark reaction. It was strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. What the? He knows? Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team. They put him on her for trial. Oh, okay, well, okay. If they're also like trial prosthetics, then you know that's kind of like part of it. So you might indeed get them for free because it's like, hey, you try these out and then we get data. Hey, Shopad. Thought you'll find another like them. They're based on the technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. Damn, Sinclair thought he would get to be smart. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eye lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching in his chest. He was like, his racism powers. He was like, oh, I think I recognize that prosthetic. I'm racist against it. Did something trouble you, Master Sinclair? I mean, wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But, flashbacks. Sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. I guess it was a while ago. How long has it been in universe time since then? We should know, right? There's empath powers, yeah. Like a year? Okay. That's a very busy year. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. She really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please. Girl, we talked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. That's a small shopping trip for the girls. 4 hours? That's nothing. This guy just whistling. While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there's strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? It's on the music change, because we got to enter the abandoned photo lab District 14. Oh, that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. Whoa! Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, some kind of ship inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she had realized something. But Mersault's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. It's the... Mersault knew. But what? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching this spoke section. Damage of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yeah, I went back in. With a quiet nod, Mersault took the object from Sinclair's hand. Seems to be a film roll. Something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. Seem to have handled one before. Yes. Have you maybe taken a shot or two with a camera? Mersault's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. Once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Films used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. Film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. Yep, that's how film works. I guess they have, like, you know, a higher tech otherwise. So, like, you know, normal film cameras, like, oh, yes, unique. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I were both still trying to be free from the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's the office. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. She was part of the war? Moses obviously was. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinners teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante's asking whether distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gone close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? That was the name of this chapter, or not, well, this node. Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around gonna take some time. It won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, I'm referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes. Calling to mind the present context, maybe less be a mathematical term and more a specialized policy referring to the point at which distortions occur. The motive, intent, or indeed, the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find out the root cause, the distortion is never getting solved. I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into their phantoms or whatever, right? Hacking? Dante Hackerman? Moses and Ezra did serve together? Oh, okay. You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yeah, that one. That's one. From where standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. One thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it's another thing. You guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da, patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would be set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if we're that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and then things go south. They send requests to the company or to our detective office. That means the client this time must have been... bingo. Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the ZWI and the Combat Specialized Fixer Office. None of them could actually do the things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly, that's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, was a Merceau. I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Oh man, it was all the way back then, yeah. Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Merceau? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pin-frame team of Service de Clou. Merceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pin-frame team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to the information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector... That'd be enough. They're the intelligence network. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. Think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? They want to like just like trade the autistic guy? He's useful. Might be an issue for us if we just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. You can't also start calling him the encyclopedia. That's workplace harassment. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. Get your own Mr. Salt. Right? Everyone needs their own Mr. Salt. Why do people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to shabby backstreet like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. Eh? Possible range of connection between the two pieces of information exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come to here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Merceau, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Merceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with... There's no such thing as an objective point of view, manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Merceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to I would always refuse to make judgments for himself. He doesn't like the objective truth. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner... Got it, then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. I presume that their mission was one or all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Engdu? What are you looking for in their pockets? She's just fucking looting them? I'm looking for their belongings, for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. There's an employee card and... Okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Ah, this might be it. It's an order missive. Really? You good? Well, I guess this was the part when they hadn't actually had a chance to do any investigation yet. But also, why not? I don't know, just pick up Dante and point them towards places and maybe we'll find, you know, where the distortion is. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. No, so what was that one? It was the third one. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in this studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it kind of felt like a camera flash. It's a camera distortion. Alright, let's start by combining through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, hath the hour arrived for my debut as detective forsooth? Oh no. How do you like Kim? What a contrast. Because it's... Especially since, you know, he acted the way he did in Ruina. So it's like... We've known a specific type of Kim for years. Like, the image in your head of Kim has been there for years. And then suddenly... we meet this absolute fucking bum. He's very Gintoki, yes. Very Gintama. I wouldn't be surprised if that's even a direct inspiration. Because that, like, lazy bum would rather be unemployed, but then, like, locks the fuck in some situations is very Gintoki. But yeah, it's quite the contrast. Donkey must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rodya Ryosh and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Yo, where the fuck was she storing? Is it just the full outfits or just some of the props like the glass? Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay, what's the full-ass costume? Okay then, we should get moving too. It's actually also 3 just pure story notes at first. Loading. Here we go. Yeah. 9518. Misconceptions. Now we can check that we have... Oh, I can also, yes, it is indeed. So some are first of all, we will indeed take our support-ish. Surely there's someone on my list who has the new ish. No. There we go. Oh yeah, this I guess is the BL gang, isn't it? Small problem. Level 1. I feel like it's... I think we're better off. Yes, the boys love gang, yes. Also, I'll level up Mr. Salt a little bit. He's level fucking 50. I'll get him to 55 at least. Well, because I'm taking Ishii because I don't... Otherwise, I won't have all the bonuses. Well, actually, I could have all the bonuses if I put in all the BLs and then took a Mersault. But I have a Mersault, so like... Then it's you know... So that I have at least 5... Okay, never mind. Otis is the only one here who will not be pulling any weight. Everyone else can pull some weight. Otis, you should not be first, by the way. Let's not put you first. I know the ego is cool, but I need my bonus units. I can test out the ego somewhere. Yeah, she'll just die as a stack for him.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Well, they're all underleveled except for the borrowed-ish Don and Isung. The other option is indeed to just have him die. Except that I can't have the full BL team if I don't have an Ish to borrow, because I don't have the Bish. I have 5 boys love IDs and then just index bombs, yeah. Because the Don and the Yisung are completely unleveled. And if I borrow an Ish, then I still have enough bonus currency. Spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. Actually, I can borrow... I can borrow the Mersault for some bit as well, because I'll get the full bonus still, because I'll get 20 plus 40 if it has the ego. So I'll get full 60. Never mind, yeah, true. It's just that then, like, whatever Ish is there won't be carrying that away. Oh, well, I mean, it's just a random Ish then, since there's no other BL-ish. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as proper clue. Executive Manager, I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. It's probably the best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's touch a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Also, it'll take a while to develop them if it's like old-ass developing techniques. Enter, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Engdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Endu, so it is with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Thus it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There's no after for what has been slashed away. Suddenly poetic, but I have no idea how serious he is about it. Not for you, Mentor, or you not dwell on what can no longer be undone. I misspoke, I did not mean it that way, Engdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I'm aware you have told me as much since long ago, whether you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by our own erring hand. Man, the blade lineage, in a way, kind of just in general though, are kind of bums. Like, to some extent, they've been washed since the beginning. Have we ever seen them, like, not washed? The first time we meet them, they're just, like, already down on their luck, barely surviving. It really is bum lineage. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly, I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Really? You pulling that in? They were pressured, cleaned, and steamed, not just washed. Banter, you said it was completely healed and that I do not need to concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Mission Slot's Uptie story, the whole BL gang started with just him running away and picking up some people. Okay, right, yeah, they truly have just been day one bums. Ah, is that so? Hindu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I've written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. Really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Engdu said he had? And I mean, we even saw some of it, a little bit, kind of. Because, yeah, if he was like that, yeah, he ran away and just kind of picked up some bozos. That is a bit of bum behavior from him, so it's not that surprising that he is as he is. Young Aindu, there's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Hey, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor I assure that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Ingdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Ingdu is also like, I don't know, like something is slightly snapped in her brain. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there'll be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. And that's what it was. I get it now. Ingdu really wants him to fucking lock in right now. Must be the concussions Ingdu suffered. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advanced party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, it's not gonna go well. Didn't think it happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had wrong intel, and all of a sudden... Literal, actual in-universe flashbang. The sudden flash blinded my vision white. As though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. Didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Ingdu? Well, Escort may indeed be passing through hard times. His ally was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. We just get teleport to Escort? No, Dante, though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is. Not just similitude, verisimilitude. I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it is now surrounding us, shattering every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is a depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager, This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. What the? Freaks. Oh, the Chunokun? Question mark? But also distortion. And I guess it's like a weird distortion based on maybe the memories of Kim and Ingdu. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Ingdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chinokuns of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle. Is Ezra gonna be here? Is she gonna be in there? Oh, and also Engdu. We have two Engdus! Double Engdu! But also her! We're getting hard carried again, boys. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a focus battle. Maybe because these guys are here. Hello. I've read what you do at some point. What about Ndu? Hello, Ndu. That's home. Claim their bones! Claim them. I mean, obviously, a hurricane is, similar-ish to what obviously are, And mind you, I wouldn't be surprised if it's almost exactly the same as... like, damn near the same as, Alright, we have text. Oh, maybe these are on the ish as well. On the outside, it looks no different from prostheses you might find in other nests or back streets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortion. So that's not to say that there was any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it. You see, it's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Oh, never mind. She does something actually. Demon Fire Spine Cleaver. No other little texts? Yes, there is. Mook. You like that model? Oh, New Girl's got an eye for quality. Excuse me, can we try this model? Oh, come on, relax. I know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See? Told you I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard come as a set, so grab them both and feel the weight. How's that? Well, as they look, huh? But there's a particle, powder, thingy in that scabbard under patterned by the Mook workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath a sword for a beast mode, its blade comes out way sharper and lighter. And that model you're holding happens to focus on sharpness. So it's like ding and voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. It wouldn't eventually wear down the sword completely. Limbus Company actually just makes prosthetic limbs. That's all. They actually have no shady dealings. It's just limbs. I think it's one of the Yi series models. The Mook Workshop classic lineup, by the way. Check out this finished shear. What the heck? Hey, this is the Yi Type 2 model. They went out of production. You know what? This stuff is really isn't come by. We were lucky we found one here. Such a rarity later, so perhaps you ought to wield it instead. No, it's fine. Well, I guess it's really made for you. It'll work real nice with those boosters and your new prosthetic arms. Needs some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. And I shall accept it with my gratitude. Oh, long ass text part. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? Super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Let them break if it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. I shall take your words to heart. Do you have any other, like, special... Oh, Dokkaebi arms, of course. Dokkaebi arms, do you perchance speak of Dokkaebi that often appear in tales of old? You can scarcely believe it, and after all I have witnessed while relying on the hospitality of Limbus Company, the existence of Dokkaebis from folklore may well be within Tryzyn. Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokkaebi unit. The actually mini story, yeah. Anyway, have you heard of win rate? I guess these guys also, I mean, okay, it looks to be many bleed and then the evolution wound thingy, which is also many bleed. Okay, they're all fucking, they hate this guy. How could you do this first? Thank you. How could you do this first? Ow. Like how I have this force, for some reason uptight and leveled, I've never used her. But because I was missing like the other blade BLs. Alright, the moves probably have some stuff as well. Right, passives. Hello, Ezra. Punch! Bonk bonk. Wow, incredible. Whoa, stagger, huge! Let's check what you have. Anything special in here? Just have to look for funny words. Trust. Okay, look how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up the powers that be. Now, where's the evolution? Whatever. Where did the evolution thingy go? Huh? Display memory. Nothing. Trust. Prisoner transport. Escort commands two sorts of taboo hunters: the royal censors and the Chinookans. Agents of the royal court, the royal censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of salty pipyo. Salty pipyo. Chinokbuns, much like office fixer officers, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a bandit is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. Hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics, created using Q-Corp singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. Fabrics serve as the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics as found elsewhere in the city. They can scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Okay, so there's the fancy headbands, they're tech headbands. Anything on abortion wound? Okie dokie.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을까?
Honk honk. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you, Engdu. Thank you, other Engdu. White woman version. 21. Funk. The OST is funky. You hear some of the, I mean, you hear some of the Kim OST in the back. Some of the vocals elements in the back are the same as the Kim one as well. The Homura!
예측할 수 없게.
Kuryu!
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Pink. Head splitting memory. You fool! No way! Actually lost the clash. He's gaming. No way. Funky town king. That's one way to put it.
결정, 해금, 초월. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
No way. Actual claim their balls. Go on. Win the clash. Oh yeah, and yeah, she does have the
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
diet claim their balls. Big pink.
그냥 5배.
Just one big bonk. Bonk. Pink. I'm trying to think of just if I actually end up leveling up like some of the other BLs as well. Just to have, I guess, like the team. Though maybe I won't until I actually have like before I shard the ish and the ego probably as well.
미래를 과거와 같이.
What if I use this funny thing?
예측할 수 없게.
Oh, but it still requires a clash loss, doesn't it? Right, because yeah, Ace has the thing where because as she gains stacks of her buffs, she loses defense level, which makes it easier for her to lose the clash on her defense, which gives her the funny move. Yeah.
단수가 이어졌다면.
셋째.
가속 펀치.
Punch! She's so happy. She's having so much fun. Huge Sinclair.
배워냈어요.
MVP. MVP Sinclair, trust me. That should be all of them. Surveying the area of measured alert, Engdu casts the blood from his sword with a few sharp clicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh? They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distortion ones reversed them immediately this time around. It's a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let's search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Engdu, I'll search here. Ezra and Engdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. They've been well adopted into LCD. Prithee! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion has already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably, they don't usually get this big. This one's here covering almost an entire street. Then those people entered this space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. By that I mean when the distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here, too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robe. And these are a glyph emblazoned upon their headbands, true. This speaks propulsion and pursuit, marks them as Chinookans, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobbies. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm surprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp, after all. Indeed he was, yes, he wasn't there. He was from S-Corp and he went to T-Corp. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft outfending S-Corp's coffers were seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of nobby could be impressed upon us, otherwise... Nobby. A wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, while practice and excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much of the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboos summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression? Why is he smiling about it? If the power will so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a nobby, such as what S-Corp has become today. My mentor too was one of the victims of that accursed practice. And could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, or Yi-Sung? Or me, perhaps? Or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinookans generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To look further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chinookans have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. He accidentally clicked. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would not stand to reason that the distortions stain all nearby things with memories most foul. The presence of Chinookans suggests as a possible correspondence to Yi-Sung's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Headed King or Engdu's memories. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess what this distortion wants either. Thank you for the flashbang. Canonical flashbang. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with an annoyance. Yeah, if only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake! I mean, actually, take these off for a moment. Ow. Like pressing in a weird way. And we're back. This is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. N-Corp employee must have a rough too, getting dragged into distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? Self-defense. They're about to attack us. Suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. I'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chinookans. That's probably our best bet. Yeah, every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. The bum. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Headed Kim is right now. Spying on him. Through the sinners. Wow!
나오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
White woman!
살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지
White woman
못했을
took it.
결과일 테죠.
We'll put in...
이젠 좀 알 것 같네요.
Oh, okay, we get to use everyone now.
S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가
Okay, we get to use everyone now.
현장
Sure, we
무엇을
don't have to have
배워가면
Otis
좋을지.
in. We don't have to field Otis. We can field some others. As long as they're in the team, it's all fine. But we can take a... See if we can find the Mersol. But we can also see Mersol do some stuff. There we go. I sure we'll keep the BLs in, why not?
지위를 받는 건
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
That's good enough.
총은
I could have maybe put
수준
in just
타선에
all the
맞게
poisons.
한 발에 한
Actually, I do have.
발씩.
It is like a poison. Oh. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Ah, right. Okay, they also got dragged in, huh? Bloody hell! What's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? Judging by the getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things weren't going so well. We could have talked out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? Calling them Fedora guys, that's so rude. But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Also, it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. They're bickering! Mom, they're fighting! Oh, how many bloody months are you are you gonna milk that? Excuse me? What, you got a problem too, mate? Not at all. I was wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Hmm? Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legend that had there been a couple of fine Makigoli to go with it. Makigoli. Yep, that's an enemy, alright. Heathcliff was just has to be an enemy, I hate him. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Holy shit, did you see how fast Heath moved? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance, huh? You slippery rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those dopo-wearing people with just a single strike, and he's logging in. I say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest of you folks wondering blades and Murim tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Where the hell do you think you're going? God damn it. You really just you quickly went and... Oh no, now we don't have we don't have the two. It's just us. How sad. Just us. Anyway, win rate. You guys wanna hit like a single tails? Just the two of us. No, it's just the 7 of us. Just the 12 of us? No, I'm not getting any heads on my guys. Please. Flap. Flap. truly early season animations. Flash them. Okay, yeah, cool. Thanks for all the tails. For fuck's sake. How much you miss? This is the second fight, which is like 5 nodes. And my sad attempt of doing 2 rolls on the banner, where I got absolutely nothing. Giga scam. Nah, I should have just defended on him. I didn't notice. Ow. They're bondaging him! Ah! Okay, 20. Fine. 2 10s. I don't singles. Come on.
사선이 비었어요. 시야 확보. 쏜다.
Okay, well that was expected. 0 SP by the way. Thank you for the cool yield my flesh. Not even clashing. Ah! Ah! Ooh! They've changed! What the fuck? Where are— oh, okay, I guess now we're in the dark room. Okay, what the fuck? Hello, IC N Corp Class 2 staff. Is it, are you all IC? No, there's also some that are reticent. Bleed, tremor, pinning, nail. Gain offense level down. Turns out getting bleed equal to stack on tremor, but gain bleed equal. Oh, okay. They do love their nails. Intelligence gathering. When using a skill of identical rank to the skill photograph, clash power -5. What? Huh? You inflict intelligence gathering on enemy. Heal an enemy. Heal 10 SP. Triggering tremor burst on enemy. Raise stagger threshold by pinning nail stack. What the heck? I saw multiple struggle ones there. Or this would be tremor season. I guess it could be. But also like... Ow, ow, ow. Jeez, okay, Jesus Christ. That kind of hurt. They started really hurting, huh? Ow, ow, ow! Okay, they came in with like... Okay, no, because they just had SP. I didn't put in my backup units, by the way, and like everyone staggered. By the way. Fucking most of my team is staggered. I didn't even put in my backup units. Okay, well, there's only the 2 guys here. Fucking luckily. Jesus Christ. Bonk, bonk. Luckily we had staggered off some of them as well. And also 2 of them just used fucking counters instead. Bonk. Also, I finally have fucking some SP on some people. Not that it helped. Alright, well, yeah, our egos, our salt ego. Alright, I forgot we borrowed a fucking salt so that we could use the ego.
한 점만 노린다.
Staggered 1 dude? That's some of them, technically. Right, yeah, we have Salt's ego. Oh, now we've gone back. Okay. Hello, Mr. Salt. Use your funny ego. Interesting. Very interesting. What the hell is happening? Limbus Gaming. Well, anyway, that was a little minor little troll. Bing 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 bing. It's kind of loud actually. Camera first told everything. You think it might have told you everything? Ow. Okay. Thanks. Why is it so fucking loud? Actually, should not be this loud. Maybe. Yes. Give us the funny move. Do the funny move.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
You fool. Didn't even get to do all the coins. Also, I mean, obviously it looks different now. Now he has his beer cans. He's an alcoholic now. Where is it? You can perfect glimpse of the power that shall reign over the kingdom. Where is it? Drink to the fallen. His beer stacks. Yeah, because how much does it cost now that's not the first use? Yeah, 20 sanity. And yeah, it consumes how much? Because how much do you consume? 1, 4, 1. Okay.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
4 beer. Voice sounds like cool, but Malkuth trolled. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. The first use obviously should be like kind of cheap. Because then, you know, you have 4 turns to like build up to him being able to use it again, obviously, so that he can get more beer stacks. Poor guys. Never mind, they got to recover from Stagger is fucking hacking. Almost fucking lost that stuff. Oh yeah, first also yeah, true. First use also being SP positive also, yeah. And yeah, if obviously you have BL units to sack, then that also. Yeah, these guys, some of these guys do clash pretty icky. Was that also indeed not 10 turns? Because we had some really bad turns. Thanks to win rate. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yep, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gun, and did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. It is right. Cannot say our frustration is misplaced, and I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. They have never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on. Would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes off zooming off on his own again? It's like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? I don't know, it sounds like you maybe could do that. Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward. But nope, when the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Like, yes, sir, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what your suggestion? Lady Moses bade us to hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Meltorn's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What intentions? What was he up to? What part of this have I misunderstood? Did he not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who'd locked down the elevator that leads to the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm. And nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. It was all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. He was doing work, but like completely on his own. This is kind of... He went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed from a meat grinder. Yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. And the soldier's not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. But then also yaps. Mannequins are extremely annoying. Yeah, he was taking care of the annoying one, okay? Anyway, we're all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. I was like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Well, he just has intuition. What's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and set him to back us up. There's no way he just happened to run into us just as when we were about to get into battle in it. Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. So British of him. He'd do things you couldn't make a heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning. Walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Like when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was a secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when he came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat him bloody, every last bastard. And boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like the Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. I was just lucky. It is likely that what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff, extremely emphasized, extremely rare cases, in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at a coherent conclusion that surprise even false. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. Suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. Can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. No, old man! Nope, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mersault's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersault, where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner, is he washing something? Dude, Mersault just got right into it. They stopped fighting and Mersault just went, I'll just start developing this film real quick. Instantly. I'm developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing this own thing. I explained why he was quiet all along. Huh? I think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have film development manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. Photo studio first and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. Why did I when I tried to say that? The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Nope, where'd you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. Can't name the locations of the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Encore districts. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Huh? Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Mersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be a part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Encore. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 10 to 1 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. Are these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. Docugrapher. How could a person in such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? I don't know, got bored. Job wasn't enough. Decent job, maybe, but now we know if they are a decent person. Or that. Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? Photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in NCorp you have to go to darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer's solution to be processed. Which is why the photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. Huh? Yeah, now that you mention it. Is it? Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. Consider how sensitive film rolls are to light. It's really suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. You know, films can cost a fortune in some place in the city, right? When the right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper. Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. That's the case, then I can see what they might have distorted. Right? Really? Just because they're maybe of dubious morality? Manager? Mersault came to my side, quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Are we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There's no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. He's fighting and every now and then just like... Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after NCorp's pinframe team or staff were defeated. Deductions based on events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Hongwu, and Sinner Gregor have battled NCorp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. The battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Mersault, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Understood. Okay. What the heck? Wow. Or I guess he did get his buff this time.
이제
Fair
우리의
enough.
활로를 찾을 수 있겠군.
But we don't even fight them. We don't actually get a fight. We just go into just a normal text. So what's our movement like? We go boop. Going in building. Oh, so yeah, indeed. I actually didn't do it in 10. I did it in 11. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh, we have one of these. Gimme. 9520 photos. Narrators. Maybe. Also, I forgot to use Mersault's ego earlier as well. You know, that didn't help. After the battle. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of Escorp's back streets, distorted with a flash, Ingdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. At the end of her gaze, those photographs. Indeed. That is a metal straw, yes. I've had it for a long time. Actually, I have a couple of them, but... A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjul at first and gave it little attention. Wording rope. Upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and rained dust when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escorp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mersault stepped forward and plucked a few photos of it. In the instant he brought them to me, Mersault tall. We heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. Distortion likes to change his mind, huh? Keeps switching between Escorp and Ncorp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. Flashbang trauma. Same. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mersault, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them. No. Like, you didn't order me to. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with a clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There's no cause for concern. That's a relief. Couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I need to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. People in the photographs all look different from one another. Flowers. Also, the upside down guy. No, I guess not upside down, just the photo is upside down. Yep. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, it's a city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences? What was that? The scene around us seemed to ripple just now. Indeed it is. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. No, Dante, you must talk to your doctor. Just a spell of random vertigo? Is it impossible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Mersault must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magasin Sisyphe. There's no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe? What? Sisyphus? I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? In high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magasin Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself, though. Can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is applied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easy example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. Purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture and canned experience is increasing day by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Guest manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. Now, people who take photographs know that would cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen it before. Staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. Not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls? What could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? Not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. Everything in the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Engdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. If that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. The photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should say input from the LCB with open arms. Hey Yingdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. No, Dante said they know where to find some of them, not that one of them was found. Shaking my head first. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. Pull the radio from my waist and switch it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think you said, do we regroup, clock? That one is especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Meanwhile, Araya fucking shaking. Roger's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhoda, you there? Yeah, what? Dante wants to talk? One sec. Kind of overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries, what kind? I guess they're kind of kindred spirits, aren't they? Just one of everything? Neat, can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street, they're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF, they're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? He was about to say bread has feelings. And if she believes bread has feelings, what does that say about her for just consuming copious amounts of bread at any chance she has? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. It wants... Look, Araya wants some pastries. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Merceau had brought me. Bread! True. Bread. I was gonna see like, wait, does she have bread? Bread woman? Where's that bakery you're at? Bread woman. Why is it not called bread? Why is it called canned? It should be called bread. Bread loves being eaten. Bread is happy to fulfill its role of food. Dante's a smart cookie. Smart bready. $21. Cans. Another story. Bread woman. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. Those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Oda showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He's always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead executive manager. She requires that the cannery should bring us the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but she doesn't seem very concerned at all. One of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Bread queen. Oh, okay. Sorry. Her royal breadness. I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Would it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. The people in the photos did not look happy about being photographed. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. Docugraph's buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. Oh, okay, right. Trading. Couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there's a distinct eeriness, that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Some absolutely classic Korean classism. Young Mersault, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? Don, you've been on the Great Lake. They may, however... Oh, a magic can allowing one to pursue any dream that heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Dream ending? Dream pursuing? Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production line is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense simulation. Does sound quite shady. It's fake. It's AI memories. AI experiences. No! How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experience are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experience and become dependent on them. Oh, okay, never mind. It's like drugs. It's drugs. This analogy is to drugs. A possible cause of the formation of dependence pattern is the canned experience allows one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. But by implying the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Whereas still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Gallop. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. Drugs usually do. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? Buy what? Sorry, the wrong type of voice. You came barging in with all these questions and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't it? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Fair enough. Her case was on point, actually. The whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us a wide berth and hurry on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Why the hell are you keeping all that then? You even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. God, for her large coat, her bread coat. So you already ate some. Just buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. It's a sudden expense for the company. It's like, you guys bought like 20 loaves of bread? What was that for? Oh, nice. Set some rice bun for me, please. Indeed. I agree, Dante. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. And for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread! Yeah! He's been killed? Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole baker next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager? Rousseau approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. A complete development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. Show me. It's hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. It's the same person every shot? The same pose in all of them? Ah, you're right. Oh, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. And the head looks like it's turned around. It's not a photo. It's a movie. Moving pictures. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frame on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? It reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they raised all the way up. When you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. The class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying the video footage we watch are all made the same way. He's saying that this is a continuing sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of NCORP's taboo. Well, we found out why the NCORP bozos were there, you know? The motion pictures. I guess we borrow our ish this time. So that I get to see more ish.
벌써요? 매뉴얼을 좀 더 꼼꼼히
Actually, I don't even know
읽어봐야...
which. Do I keep Sinclair or do I keep her in? Doesn't really matter, I guess. It's whatever. I guess she's up type 4, but no, whatever. I guess I'll throw in like some of the actual units so that in case someone does die, we do have supports.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Oh crap! As soon as I registered Mersault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Hey! Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey. Specifically the time when Don Quixote has smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some next taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far, like, can't be that bad. I remember this what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed. Okay, so this is it, huh? Force is like, it's over. The Force just does the speed smile. Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. I'll be fine. NCorp's not going to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When NCorp dudes get back here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. Everything should be A-okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my action will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But the team leader said that NCorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, NCorp won't be sicking their fixes on our butts right away. That could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. Because what they're really sniffing around is for how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's gonna be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. Mercel furrows his brow like, it's 4K. It's 4K footage. 60 FPS. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let's analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Merceau, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCorp, yes? Cooperate. But this film will be considered a violation of the taboo. Hood has picked up the film roll from the ground and showed it to Merceau. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merceau to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. Rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. Filmcaster was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. May even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gathered around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The photographer couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Ooh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to take an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. Or trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. It's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-Headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreet's dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. The likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, the film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Oof. Thank you, Bamboo-Headed Kim. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test NCorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped there. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? What motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. Gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Indeed, the Ish would know. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? Sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. Do I have to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life? Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-Headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? What I've seen, maybe a culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, Master started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, till eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Bread Brain? Bread Brain. They all have bread on the brain. Bread on the mind. Ask around the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. See, like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. But I guess that he got his hand on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Oh, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet's bloke down for anything as long as there's coin. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go? Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those informal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Yisung just stalking convention employees? And was it like common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence. Please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Fair enough. I have no bread, I'm out. It's Jover, no bread. Beat him up. What do you mean struggling?
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Thanks for not hitting the heads.
6점.
This guy. He hit the perfect tails so that he couldn't lose the clash.
그 삶에 마침표를 사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
비리리 빠!
Oh, the Ezra's here now again. Oh, and I guess Engdu would be as well. Ow. Wow, what a counter.
해금. 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 예측할 수 없게. 퍼져라.
Thank you, Ezra. Because I never mind, Engdu isn't, it's just Ezra. No, there she is. I just didn't see her. There she is.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
This is Limbus time. I didn't make the emote. What the heck? Where is my Limbus time emote? Maybe it's typed differently. Is that not how Limbus time was? What the cow stick on? What the fuck is 7 TV broken?
대응 완료.
7 TV broken, I guess. What the fuck? Ezra is fun. An ice shop head? Wow. Still, like, is my audio? No, I have SFX so low, and it's still so fucking loud most of the time.
1시 방향.
Yeah, okay. Apparently, fucking 7 TV is fucking dead right now, or something. He's not even working on the on-screen chat, which is funny. Also, get fucking blasted. Get him, Ezra. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I know it is. Funnily enough, they've all been focused encounters, which was surprising.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
We just clear them.
미래를 과거와 같이.
We simply believe. Except when there's multiple staggers, then we don't believe, because then they do this shit. Then they do this shit. Fine, we don't believe fully. We only believe mostly. Oh, it does work? Okay. Yeah, for some reason, what the fuck? Why does on-screen chat not work? Did they break something? Interesting.
중량 5배.
Hey! I was shaking my head.
예측할 수 없게.
We'll see if we need that go above 10 again. Because I'm also not running just like all the strongest IDs, so that it wouldn't matter. A little funny if yes. We believe in Ezra and Engdu.
자.
귀와 요격. 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Ooh, bonk, bonk. Big axe.
먼저 빠진다.
The heck? Substitution? Who substitute? What the heck? What's oh fucking, this is so cool. I love this. Who substitute?
예측할 수 없게.
Oh right, run out of bullets. Right. It was Heathcliff.
몰아떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 겨냥서 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
He was under the effect of Jack Daniels. True, yeah. Indeed. Kim was actually not distorted, just drunk.
돌아오고 있어요.
White woman.
뒤틀림에서 다시
Pursuit.
사람의 형상으로.
Ah, no,
의
no, wait.
방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
Ishmer. No, Ishmer.
이젠 좀 알 것 같네요.
이번에 읽어줄
Thank you, Ishmael.
동화책은 이것으로.
Okay, I was just thinking there would probably be a fight right away. Don't have to struggle with it. There's no way around it. He does just that. Look at this. Look at this fucking guy. With his fucking yield my flesh. Never loses.
비리리. 빠! 하!
하나.
Stab him. You count one.
필연적. 절대적.
Think. Think. Sir, please, thank you. Just barely. Fucking plus 1 coin power, by the way. It says for conditionals, but. Thank you, Heath. Blast him. Oh, unbreakable. The first unbreakable.
귀와 요격.
From these guys.
정민화.
Look at all these guys with their counters. The clashable counters as well.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Plus 2 coin power was just to an upside 4. That's how bad he is.
단수가 이어졌다.
Yeah, he is. He's up by 3 for me. Okay. Yeah, just unconditional plus 2 coin power is funny. Because like, damn, we fucked him up. We fucked this guy up. Let's give him some help. Look at that S1 go and like do nothing. Just use a bunch of bullets.
살을 베어내고
Stab.
내내
Stab.
유쾌하게 그댄 선택받았으니
움직임이 어설퍼요.
I mean, it's just like fucking one coin power and all his coins. What is this guy made out of? Fucking paper? Really, guys? Like, some minor effort would be appreciated.
벤다면 사활을 건다.
Cool, S1. Whoa, Gloom Resonance, holy shit. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Get dinked.
그 슬픈 눈빛 여기 심장이 잠깐 저릿해.
Same name as Kim's at the wall. Bonk. Bonk. She got snapshotted.
배워냈어요.
Well done, Sinclair.
그 삶의 마침표를.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Why does he keep using S1s? You have nothing but S1s, Heath? How are you not even accidentally using an S2 or something? 3 S1s in a row. The heck? Win rate likes S1s more? Oh, is that funny? Yeah, what? Just specifically for just this Heath. Like, oh, S1, cool, more coin. Silly S1. Silly win rate.
여섯째.
They should let me teach win rate sometimes. Let me be like, no. No. In this case, no.
초월. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
So where is it? Okay, now it doesn't have a choice. Now it'll take an S3 because, but also, you know, it's like, oh, let's use this S3 on this guy. Instead of just like blasting this guy into fucking smithereens.
8검 차단.
Nice tail, 45 SP, thank you. Even S2 will clash better or do more damage when we press S1 just because it can. Why is it confused? What's wrong with it? What a like weird little goof. That is just like, yes, S1, I like this one. I'm a fan of this one.
한 점만 노린다.
Gets fucking blasted, however.
전공 모드. 마크
Bonk bonk. Ping bonk.
배워냈어요.
Why are you both attacking them? Shaking my head. And why does everyone else? Guys, please. It's not that big a deal, man.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Keep wondering who you were talking with, and I remember non-top YouTube chat exists. Yep, or rather even just shadow banned people on YouTube for whatever reason. So they're not appearing on. Xenis is just not appearing.
아비 교환.
Deleted into the void. Rip Bozo not fucking working. Why is the fucking emotes not working today?
수행되었지 않은가.
Heck?
하지만
Funny guy.
아직 기약은 없구려.
Pursuit 2. Oh, that was literally justified. There's a, well, first of all, there's Chinoku. There's a someone else. And just clear stage. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe even worrying. Let's put
출장이군요.
a different BL in there.
망설임 없이.
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면.
When I hate single coins, I guess like for some reason somehow I can say like see that where just like for some reason its logic is like more coin better. Except then when it's like an S3 and then it's like okay never mind now single coin good. Yeah, no, yeah, actual Twitch emotes, yeah, do work. For some reason 7 TV is, I don't know, broken.
부탁드려요.
Hardly a challenge, what a WOT. Well, at least I'm not much of a fighter one-on-one. So read the clue is not a combat specialized department. While they have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. I don't know, they hit fairly hard. Yeah, notice, they kept taking pictures of their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. Dude, imagine you're like trying to fight, and they're just like what the fuck? Distraction techniques? What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a lot of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher upside wager. I'm not fucking dead now, though. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. Hardly a surprising rationale. Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is that he wishes to say, or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim... Hey, Mersault? I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but I'm sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I'll do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as defeatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It didn't appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. So this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke, I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. I love you, Mersault. Had I asked him again then, and I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together. Okay, and indeed has been in about a year. I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager? Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you're previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. What the heck? They must have been on their way to that building. Path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize these foes up and those foes and head up there. Trouble reading today. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. Compelling enemies were right precisely at the time Mersault had predicted. We made our way into the building. Different building. Oh, it's a film theater. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. They're rich. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? Thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm concerned they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of dozen or so people. What are they thinking? Sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? We should have sent taboo hunters here instead. What if they told us to consume canned experience committing mass melee combat? Must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. How about that? Wait, was there an extra report? One of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Ah, no, the film! And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Oh. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinookun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. Oh yeah, like the round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! Ah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it can constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that, I'm so finished! Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes opening, dude, what's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? What the hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in Ncorp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. He's right. This video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could also be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Ncorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? So I got a message. Give me a second. Give me a second. Fuck, do I have one? I need to send the photo of my passport. I have a flight tomorrow. Which is why I'm not here for the weekend. Where do I have it? Where did I put that? Where did I put my photo? I have a photo of my passport somewhere. There. Flying to Hypergrowth HQ, yes, of course. I have to wait for it to... For some reason I don't have the photo on my phone, so I have to move it to my phone. I finally had myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. This was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. For what I went through to take refuge in here, they still end up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, I don't even care about the real thing. Did he distort because instead of, you know, real movies and experiences, people are just like, oh, AI hallucinations. Sorry for the distraction, but I'll do this right now because the photo is obviously needed for, what's it now? Check-in for the airplane. Blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion of a category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now for fear of illegal recording. Should you comply, we will... There's foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools. Hollowed vessel bereft of all but lingering delusions grants not even a bruit of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. Suddenly, every now and then he locks in and pulls out the fucking poetry. Dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? Same thing. Same, Gregor. If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Fine. Letting so much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the Ncorp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. Only him to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. It's just a record. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience that I don't care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. And it does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? And if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Ncorp employees' attacks. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade. Transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both fiend and foe, and restrained. Friend and foe, not fiend and foe. Hey, Junior, you still on about that? Has he had therapy yet? Tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. Such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? It's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run. You're an ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. Is he talking to Dante? In a split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. Battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? The flashbang, thank you. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went wide and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Earthscorp, followed by bamboo-headed Kim surrounded by a small army of Chinookun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Engdu. Isn't it about time we both grow accustomed to such sights? Until still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. That's called a nightmare, man. They might bind and drag you away. Yeah, this isn't so bad, is it? Just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Thank you. But what was that? Everything went dark. I understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. Oh no. Venturing far and wandering all day for this exact reason and... So that was its mechanism. False? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask False what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. Changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of distortions is different from the others. As Mercer identified, there was something different about the group of Chinookun this time. They're accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Hondo of the Sol Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. Warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and nocked an arrow. Arrow. Suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyung-yop. How do you fare, friend? The signal arrows loosing seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. Listening? Listening? And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, Chinookun backhand to swarm us. Okay, so indeed, there's one bigger guy in the team. Chinookun and then... Okay, actually, never mind. Okay, he has like, never mind. Not just a slightly bigger guy. Actually bigger guy. 6,000 HP with 3,000 shield. Okay. Sure. Bleed, poise, bleed, unbreakables. 6+ poise can lock unbreakables. Clash lose, damage, does not critically, can't stagger. Sword of the Homeland. Dull, we assume stance. Unaffected by swordplay of the homeland. Min or max stacks listening? Okay, min max stack 1, max stack. On skill use at min or max stacks. Or min or max stacks. When all coins this unit uses unbreakable coins. Skill phase bar on coin power shifted based on stack. 2 stack 1 to 2, base power -6, coin power +4. Base power -3, coin power +2. Base power +4, coin power -2. Base power +8, coin power -3. Ah, okay, right. Funny. Unclashable with assist units. Prioritizes sinners if target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, convert into unbreakable coin. Clash star lose 3 sword play of the homeland. If target skill assist defense exclusive of this effect does not activate. Attack end on hit as an unopposed attack or on hit against target that uses assist defense exclusive skill, gain 2 sword power of the homeland. Okay. Looks like just assist defense play. Unaffected by sword play. Defense. On use, gain 2 crit damage up next turn. When entering a counter, get a free memory transition. At 1 stack, retreat at turn end and transition into a different location. Oh, okay, right. That's when we get flashbang. Turn to the field based on current battle form of the homeland. Gain or lose number of turns spent in retreat. Sword play of the homeland. When in battle from the home... Oh, but right, because then... Well, or I guess when we transition, he won't come along? When in battle form of the homeland, bear hunt, gain stack. When in battle from the homeland, tiger hunt, lose stack. Right, okay, right, you get flashbanged and then you need to get back as quickly as possible so he doesn't get stacks. There's our 0, yeah. Stack, retreat, and transition to different. Okay. Return to the field based on current battle form of the homeland. Gain or lose sword play. Gain stack, lose stack. 30 damage from burn. Get effective fixed panic. This unit's back at turn end. Reset SP to 45. Oh, reset to 45? What a shitter. When into the encounter for the first time, gain Fine Dujang Brigade. Gain effect, gain shield equal to 10% of the unit's max HP for every stack. Main one, rounded down, shield gain due to the effect doesn't expire turn end. Gain 1 defensive down for every 2 stack. Deal barbarian slash damage. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. So it's just like... Yeah, get rid of the shield. When Dujang Brigade Cell expires, end encounter. Oh, end encounter. Oh. We just go for the shield first, I guess. Maybe we fight them later again. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Escort Dujang Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like Arcorp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujang Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. These advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. The unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once the rider has familiarized himself with the Dujang Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. In swordplay, boys. When full condition met use apparently includes both the homeland arrow loose. When the unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, does not check for unopposed attacks. In turn after the turn in which the unit is spent in stagger, or when low morale or panic. Yeah, I guess it is like a mech, yeah. So I guess, you know, we're killing the mech part. We're killing the shield, so the armor. Then like this particular fight is over. For the homeland escort, its traditional art of swordmanship is also divided into 3 branches: Self, P, and Pier. They're teaching these techniques to human cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sangons. For them in full, the swordsman must wield a great Hundo capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Gain the so many effects. Bear Hunt is apparently made of single coin skills, and Ingenyok gains advantages at higher swordplay of the homeland. More text! Fucking novels in these texts, man! Half my gameplay time is actually just reading flavor text. Mountains of Escorp Districts 19 are home to all manner of beasts, amongst them the bear in particular both strength and force taking the boulders forming the cliff and landslide. Getting ground the creature's charge is ill-advised from the same to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. This one over here, yeah. That's the funny one. A less than 5 swordplay of the homeland stack gain 5 minus swordplay of the homeland stack fragile. When in battle from Tiger Hunt at more than 5 swordplay of the homeland stack gain fragile equal to support stack. Okay, so in one state you want low swordplay, and then in one you want high swordplay, and then also, indeed, low swordplay is lower base power, higher coin power. High is lower or higher base power, lower coin power. Funny. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. Yeah, multi-gun. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One can hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke, and a relentless flurry of chain slashes and overrun the creature until it's felled at last. Let the do something, the tiger will escape death or best its opponent to one day grow into Sangun, the lord of the mountain. But these beings will grant suspiciously fortunate men or return Melvin's coming, but it's possible to tell. More! When unit skill has up to 5 bleed points, inflict 1 bleed blind, so I just need to do more, the more poise, more bleed. Those who persevere in training for lack of talent, and there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in owning my prowess. On Clash Rules, gain 1 hits bleed memory once per turn. Gain 1 bind next turn. Gain current count divided by 4 clash power up. Rounded down, max 3. Hey yo! What do you mean get more clash power? Am I supposed to lose some clashes on purpose? Almost what it sounds like. Almost what it sounds like. Also, okay, right. What are you guys? Okay, you're clashing that one. Now I have to, you know, actually check what these guys are doing so that I can like. Oh, you're also just going for Ezra. Sure. So I can ignore you and just deal with these two and him. Fair enough. Fair enough. Still just. Well, maybe I don't use that right away. Neutral. Oh, I didn't borrow the fucking ish, by the way. I was wondering if like, mid reading I was like, did I borrow the ish? I did not borrow the ish. Then no, Cubic, I have not had time. Do you mean all the new weapon lore or just like this patch? I haven't read even all the new like release weapon lore. Okay, now we have our ish.
별일 수 있는
Now we have Ishmer.
기회겠죠?
Oh, this is 3. Okay. No. I haven't even read all the new ones. Like I know the beta ones. I read the beta text. I haven't even read the like launch text. You clash that. You clash that. What is targeting this? Oh, this is targeting her. Okay. I mean, unclashable with assist units, prioritizing sinners. It didn't actually prioritize sinners in this case, which is a little funny. But yeah, I guess it won't clash. But I'm defensible. I guess still like trigger. Presumably. Struggling. So good to see. I love to see struggling and favored. I may just not have to use some of the BL. Not gonna be real. Not gonna be real. Struggling. Struggling. Hopeless, yes. Technically, never mind. No, technically not hopeless, actually, but, you know. Unless he freaking just gains a bunch of, what's it now at the start? Which is possible. It's just combat star on, bastard. I'm not fucking clashing this with anything. Oh, because it's going towards her. Does she not have a... I guess I should not be clashing this if I want to deal with this guy. I literally can't... I can't even. Too slow, by the way. Too slow, by the way. Fucking hell. That ass. Ah. Ezra, you want to just take some hits? Do you mind? I probably should try and get rid of the fucking... bozos very quickly. Also, I'm gonna have... There's gonna be so much starting SP bullshit, man. I feel it. Yeah, because I was like, Ezra can indeed just like take hits. And thank you. Ow. Okay, this is bear mode. Bear mode. I guess I didn't check what his current sword play stack is. So like, which version of the buff does he have right now? Coin or base? Thank you. Thank you. Starts with 5 probably. Oh yeah, first 5, yeah. No, she actually won. I did indeed lose my strugglings. Well, now he's at 7. And 7 is obviously on the side that's... Yeah, 7 is on the side of... Why does it... Why don't I click on it? Why the heck is it here? 6 to 7 is... Base up, coin down. Yeah. So thank you for that. Hopeless. What are you guys doing? You're going for there. You're apparently going for there. This is also... Actually, you have 3 targets on you. I mean, sure, we'll take it. You're going for there, and it's a counter. It's a clashable counter, so you're taking care of it. You're also just... Huh? You're also going there. You're going... This doesn't even show this guy going there. What the fuck? This guy going there? This guy going there? You're going for him. You're going for her. What the heck? Oh, stair works. That's true. Boss is also prescript, yes. It's true. Yeah, this isn't even showing. When I mouse over her, it's not actually showing this one guy even targeting Ezra, which is a little funny. a little funny, must say. I mean, this is also targeting Ezra. This is not, so this one we do have to clash with something. Hopeless. Struggling because you have no SP. Yep. I love it when I have no SP. Okay, because the base power is super fucking high right now. Yeah, and he's a fucking 40 SP. Thank you. That's so cool. I love that for me. I love also having literally just S1s, mostly. I love it. Also struggling. I love SP farming at the start. I love it. I love it. Yes. Thank you, I love SP farming. Okay, that literally can't win. Now, okay, that actually can't win. Sure, guard it, why don't you? We will prescript him, however. This one's going over there. This one's also going over there. No, this is a counter. Oh, actual just no, it's not even a clashable counter, it's actually just a counter. Normal ass a counter. Shocking, frankly. Trying to take out some of these normal bozos. Those are just one side, the guy. Instead of clashing something. I have received my boarding pass for tomorrow's flight. Oh, thank God. Needs to get to adjust his sanity shenanigans a little bit. Thanks to these two indexes. And obviously, you know, Engdu and... Because, yeah, especially once we can get rid of some of these fucking bozos, then obviously... We're in a better spot. Oh, thank you. Yummy. He's almost staggered.
미리 형세를 살피고 있었죠.
She didn't get to her funny things, she didn't have like the other conditionals. I
지령에게 불확실한
like we have
것은
exactly
없네.
one unit at high SP and it's funny index man. Ezra, you couldn't really? You couldn't clash, you know? Well, you'll just kill that guy, so that's fair enough. You're going there, you're going there, there. Where's Engdu? Engdu. Oh, you're actually clashing something. No way! And you're also taking this. Oh, that's a counter, okay. You know what? Fuck it. Blast this one guy. Just fucking kill him. Nah, you can do an S2. Just do an S2. Do an S2. Never mind. Dominating? We'll take those. Who's prescript? Oh, you're prescript. Sure, I guess just take care of him if he's prescript. No, you take the clash so that you can farm a prescript. This guy should just die to Ezra. We could just, I guess we have to clash some stuff still. We just gamble the struggling.
예측할 수 없게.
Thank you, Engdu. He turned out Yi-Sung can solo. True, he does have evade. And it is funny Yi-Sung. That was fucking such a barely won clash. Oh, alright, the counter. Right, I was like, huh? Counter. All Tails somehow fucking won the clash.
아름다운 것.
Whoa. 22 damage. Huge. Massive. Oh, he staggered. Okay, well. We're still getting a hit on the prescript. Just didn't get any. Didn't get a.
운명적인
What's it now for?
죽음일세.
Well, okay, we still got some SP. Just didn't get the clash SP. XP? SP. Okay, that's his stagger indeed.
히스클리프 지금
공로 지원한다.
Some free hits, no way.
미래의 과거와 같이
Alright, okay. Transition time. Oh, this is okay. Okay, so we have bozos, and then we have this. Do we just have to kill the guy? Like, there's literally no fucking information. But is it like kill the projector to transfer back? I would somehow assume so. So ignore these guys as much as possible and just go for projector. Except I kind of get some SP off of them, of course. Because you can farm on these dudes a little bit at least. So we can get some. We can at least get some. I don't really want. I'd rather use that on the boss, obviously. Don't really want to use the S1 either, though. If I evade, I lose my S3 and I see nothing but S1s coming. Which might still be reasonable. So I guess this might I wonder if this respawns all of his bozos, because these two guys came in. It might respawn his bozos every time. Don't use your S3, we'll save our S3.
발검. 차단. 자.
Ink.
자. 자.
Actually, also, chat, you're allowed to spoil this on me. Is this like the only boss of the Intervallo, or is there actually like a second phase that we have later? No? So there is a second phase. He returns, presumably. Or I guess just a different one, but obviously I feel like I got the feeling that, like, oh, you only get, like, the shield down on this fight.
7 앞으로 2
Oh, we have one more turn here. We can farm off of these guys a little bit. I guess. You're a prescript as well, yeah, sure. You just evade because you're whatever. I'll probably just kill you.
타겟 포착 1시 방향
Bap. Ishmael died from bleed. Uh-oh.
운명적인 죽음일세.
She might be in trouble. I did not notice how much bleed she might have had. Okay, good. She didn't get to attack. She didn't get to attack. Oh my god, 23-2! Ishmael, chill. Chill, Ishmael. Ishmael, you gotta chill. You gotta chill, Ishmael. You gotta do like defenses or something. Okay, never mind. The bozos did not respawn. Unless it was because there was 2 left and I came back, I guess. This one is getting clashed by Engdu, okay. Now this one's just going towards Ezra, but I mean, you can maybe just take care of it. Then Ezra's attacking him. Constantly goes for the one that can't clash with assist bozos. Ishii. First of all, oh, I don't have... Well, actually, Torakalgi can actually work. We have poise generators, so we can actually get some healing. She's too slow, but, you know... I guess you'll unopposed then. For now, Ishii, however, you're not allowed to do anything. You just need to defend. And preferably, well, I guess preferably also not get hit. You're also really slow. It is, yeah, I don't get burst healing from it for Ishii, so Ishii will still have to just kind of take it chill. Take it chill. We can also actually, I mean, just No, wrong one. That wasn't regret yet. We need more wrath for regret. Also, are you in tiger mode now? Okay, yeah, now it's tiger mode. Multi coins. Extremely struggling. 43 SP. How fun. Man, it's a lot of struggling though. Must say.
벤다는 사활을 건다.
Yeah, I mean, they're not getting a whole lot of wrath. Yeah. Yeah, well, that one's dead. So, one bozo gone. Oh, and also, okay, well... Never mind, she just kind of took care of that one. Woo! Actually, one clash. He just kind of took care of the bozo. I guess that's... We didn't get to use that attack now, but I guess it's... We have it for next turn then instead. We have Bonglu's S3. Thank you, Unbreakables. Oh yeah, because if he just has enough poise or whatever, then he just gets Unbreakables. Big bonks by Ezra! Nice. Oh, oh, ow. 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 Ah, ow! I like that one fucking tail, by the way. 45 SP, you know? Lost the clash because of it. Dominating, by the way. One unlucky tail. Oh, he's aura farming? Well, I mean... There's the funny one. We have the funny one. We can even Wrath Res the funny one. We can even Wrath Res the funny one. I mean, obviously Clash the big one. Dominating? No, wait, what if we... Never mind. I have a better idea. Alright, Ishmael might still be dying. How many do you have? Yeah, never mind, still 23 too. Right, because he's not... Right, because Bleed doesn't... I forgot, Bleed doesn't have the thing where it, like, oh, it goes down one by turn count. So it just kind of stays there. She will just fucking explode. Alright, this is a borrowed ish, I forgot. Bygone Days, wait, was that see healing? Heal 2 allies with least HP percentage. Wait a minute. She can heal herself. Oh, by 10 plus sinking on main target. Okay, wow. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, okay. Well, we can't pass the rest of them just because Ishmael would indeed fucking explode. That doesn't actually do anything, but yeah, Ishmael would fucking explode if we do that. Unfortunately. I guess it's... Oh yeah, is it just... Oh yeah, because it's 10 plus... True, and then it's just bonus after that. Right. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Wait, Ish. Ishmush. I'm the Ishmush woman? I guess we'll just actually attack. Big hard. I guess obviously, I mean, he'll also do some sinking because he's going first. Negate a single bleed proc. Huge. Because she'll take a single bleed proc from using the ego. So. And we should get to see Funny Mersol claiming balls. Unless he just fucking dies to the attack, which is frankly completely possible. But here's also funny move. Ding, 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 dong. Dong, ding, dong, ding, 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 ding. 570! Okay, I didn't actually do that much thinking on it, but... Yep. Negated. One
주인께서
single bleed.
명하셨습니다. 당신을 청소하라고 곱게.
Never mind, she still fucking died to it. Okay, right, because she... Never mind, she procced on... She procced on Clash and then she rolled it again, of course. So... Sorry-ish. 200! Also paralyze on him next turn, fuck you.
그 삶에
Indeed, I forgot. She would still roll the coin twice.
사선이 비었어요.
Exploded.
공로 지원한다.
가속 펀치. 흑!
Oh, we're close to what, 900 chill left? 866?
해금하겠네.
이 상처를 기억할지.
Alright, he took his mask off. He's fully aura farming. Okay, now indeed. Now we have SP, so now we're just like silly clash counts and clash numbers from certain individuals. Oh, hi, also, by the way.
물의 배들.
Hi, Ryoshu. Probably should just be this turn. Okay, yeah, with the extra attacks from Endu as well. Ping pong. S2 Clasher, by the way. Seven damage. And some bleed. There we go. Shield gone. I shall set my form. Alright. There you get photographed. Stupid. Bah. Just a little more and I think we'll be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Make our lives a whole lot easier if we can get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the Sinners, more so than usual. Also, we actually only went through one phase of... indeed, reality snapping. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Engdu were here to help us out, indeed. Ishmael did bleed out, that's why she looks like that. we turned the clock a little bit, you know. But... Shite, haven't they had enough? About time they give up in it. Or don't you go legging it again. Also, Kim was not there, by the way. Not helping us. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked and ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyung-Yup, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, why was Kim not fighting with us there, huh? Because clearly he was fighting. Engdu, go cover his back too. Shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Boss, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the Sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will distilling Im Gyung-Yup or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it's unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current state of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situation in close proximity to an enemy stronghold, but it's an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. Good to be the bearer of bad news, but we're trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope prevailing through this current predicament. Yep, seems that way to me too. Maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Post. Recommends enter the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of Fathoms? How can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe... During the LCB regular checkup back at LCE. He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently some kind of a code. Right, keywords. He prepared us Hohenheimer. This must just be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon entrance to its dungeon of fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for the distortion then? Hohenheimer provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them was able to photograph, so it's been present throughout the entire phenomenon. Or perhaps experience may be one of them. Yisan puts his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. Must have ought in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. Must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then. Photograph, canned experience. No one seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't. I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it's clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? And okay, clearly right. We actually have a dungeon, because it's a distortion, so we actually have dungeons. Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were talking all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even riddling secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to it. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly parted for information had tales to tell about him. He's yapping. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps on a clear path toward the Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. That went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man lost his grip of fortune and reality. Ideal? I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain dripped through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. He knows he'd been a bum. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form of indistinguishable form drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. Shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised at the fact that his distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Ooh. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen. Seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from a discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. I mean, those who aren't chained to Dante like we can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. Aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway. Yeah, exactly. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. He's logging in! My sword arm is not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There's something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. What the fuck? Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easier for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was gonna fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? Not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own. But that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. When the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end. Bring the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Learn that from Araya, huh? Arayashi's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA? So stupid. So is that our new motto? Is that the new Limbus Company motto? Face the homework, save the GPA? Fuck me. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Face the sin, save the ego. No, save. No. It's now face the homework. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. Basically a monster of the week situation for the Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. Let's see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess I can never really have it all. Ah well, I guess I'll have to trust our two OSER team newbies to handle that. Yeah, think about it. I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but... Seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. No, we lose Ezra though. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Engdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Do you need of one? A mere jest? You needn't worry? Oh no, yeah, there's just that kind of victory. Indeed, not the true victory. Yeah, I mean, Ezra can handle herself, but damn, we lose Ezra. How could this be? How sad. Question mark, fathoms. Suppress the dungeon boss. Okay, yeah, okay. So we have dungeon and then probably, a couple nodes after that. I would assume there's usually some story afterwards still. And I guess we're still going with our bonus units, obviously. Obviously, we borrow our Ishma. Why was that default Ishmael for a moment? Why was that LCB Ishmael for a moment? Ah! The fuck? Why is it? Huh? Confusion. Okay, whatever. Oh, facade. Oh, so it's new-ish, but with LCB facade. Oh, that's funny. Okay, well, I didn't realize. Yeah, the facades would be on borrowings as well. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, let's check out that our team is like. Who actually is our like best Gregor for this particular moment then as well? Is it just Night Owl for like bleed because we have at least some bleed or something, or is it just Lobotomy Ego Lamp because Lamp is just kind of good. Lamp just kind of works, and I guess that's like syncing for the indexes as well. Do we keep our gun duo in as well? Probably, because they're kind of just like, boys stuff. She's her. She's her. And these are in for the bonus points, so. I guess the one question is, do we uptie him real quick? Even though maybe we're looking to not even necessarily use him that much. You might actually mostly deploy the other units, frankly, and just keep the blade lineages in the back for when they maybe are needed. I mean, I could very easily. Maybe I'll play around with the BL team anyway at some point, but... And obviously you're not getting leveled. Fucking level 1. Level 11. 2-star BL. Not happening. I think we're good then. We even have a couple of, we even have 2 finger units for her. Though we probably won't consume them because they're actually useful. We're not consuming all of them to buff her being funny. We'll just go with this.
이번에도 치령의
And mainly you
뜻은
actually just use the good
본인과
units so
바꾼
that we don't go super long because I don't want this to extend super long. If that's what everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. Now, this is S-Corp too, right? It's like a little different. It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance to the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I couldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. I guess we should also still obviously we should have Engdu, and I guess now we should have Kim as assist unit as well. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. Is it raining, by the way? The answer was yes. It was raining. I have to close my door. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and 10-fold more struggles. The streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. The days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I'd scale the roof of that chugga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. Thought it to be a respite is solely mine, and in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the chugga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There's a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Kyung-yup. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. Oh, he looks a little less monstrous. Whoa! Bamboo-hatted Kim, but fancy. What a strange visitor I have. I'd call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house. You know, like a dog barking up the wrong tree, it's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? Has such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive? Work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? Do you know me? She certainly knows her jests. She! Oh! Didn't even realize. She marches forth, vested in War Strider armor, yet expects no violence. It was a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyeongyup of the Principled, of the famed Im family? And certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole, not so noble that it deserved to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the Principled. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. It's a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordnance have no wit to engage in banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This is our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. No, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. Got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. Consider I have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. Caught. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. Because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. He really was playing with fire. Like, he could have just had his neck cut off. You are out of line, yes. But I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. Streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Bamboo rain hat. With the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart did he find the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councillors sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councillor, if you will. I'm but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Ah, not a compliment, just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. Spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Thank you. Does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shadow of mercy on me, oh mighty one. But come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. Couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness, not that I ever do. Sure have a way of words, way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowship of close mutual bond? So real, Isan. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjan. Rock tossing. Ancient game of rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Be on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir. Insane pout. I suppose it is. People of Peo and Sal in particular find it to be distasteful. Did not let their discontent be hid. People of bone and flesh. Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, as in not robots. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. Found it cathartic. Or maybe this is classes. Oh yeah, because Sol was mentioned. Yeah, okay, so this is classes. Ooh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Peo? Sal? Whatever it is that thou art describing. It's a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Peo Agro Industries. Wing specialized in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depths of its responsibilities have necessitated such division of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Peo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Peo, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. And obviously, farm, watch, guy was from there as well. As a scientist and a researcher who once told at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once the promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone wants a right state councillor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councillor. Such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock, bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh, and the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Yes, the councillor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. Any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. You purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. So all you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gallants scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them. Until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into dungeons teeming with real vermin. Vermin? Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Cute woman. Return to this sugar when you're a human again. I'll buy you drinks as a thanks. Ah! She's a funny one, hmm? Banter, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. When I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in escort. Must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. Military commissioner of the Sol faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state counselor who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of escort. Ingu's eye had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second order and official, a military officer, commander of a high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor, who's a first ordinance, you know. Well, that might be true yet. And you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from escort? Yes. Your silence over matters of such great import is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, mentor. That's why. You had made the blade lineage our home from escort. I've held no home for us but the lineage, but you, mentor. I'd rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed him without a word. It's a little funny that it's like someone else's distortion, you know, with the whole photos and everything, but then we end up getting a, you know, more Kim stuff instead. It's Kim Distortion Part 2. But it's as a movie instead. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Whoops. Okay, now I'll just... so I can scroll. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. When the light led us a four-way fork in the road. Constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Howling path. Smells of blood. Silent path. Path loud with the sound of clashing swords. Yes. So much that it lost all personality of its own. Really, yeah. It's specifically all about looking at others. Yeah, and it's so yeah, it truly is like the voyeuristic distortion where it's like actually all I care about is looking at others. So we just get to see Kim Part 2. Well, I mean, I assume probably this one gives you like a bleed something, but we don't have that much bleed going. We have more so poise. I don't know if wind would maybe be like poise. Clashing of swords, I mean, that just sounds like maybe general buff. Silent path? Who fucking knows? Sure, clashing swords. I don't know, people are fighting up there. Let's proceed to caution executive measures. There may be a battle underway. Unless maybe I just entered into a battle for no reason. As soon as all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal, it was unmistakable sound of battle. Stood ready in troubled silences, though the sounds of war only grew louder and louder, till they came to sudden, silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind would hang at the bottom of the hilt. Oh, we get this. Oh, never mind. Slash resistance is good. Okay, yeah, just gave us red tassel. Okay. No red tassel. Yeah, I assume they were all different ego gifts, and like it gave you some idea of what it would be. There's clearly a bleed ego gift. I'm assuming wind howling maybe would have been poise, like breath, or something, and then silent. I don't know, maybe like some kind of more like keywordless gift or something. I think because yeah, the sword clashing was like okay, it's just like sword. Okay, what's our order, huh? Doesn't really, I guess it doesn't matter. These are probably, a lot of these are probably just going to be focus encounters, so the order doesn't actually matter that much. Does it? And we'll put the bambooers in, and then indeed we actually do like this.
애고 침식도 양호.
Had it on my bamboo. But we'll take slash. We have a fair bit of slash damage, so you know. We'll take the slash. Kim, he put his hat on. Never mind, that's my Kim.
긴장하셨나요?
There's the other Kim.
그럴 땐 크게
He's so sad.
도움이 된답니다.
Also, this is funny. Indeed, we have only like. Oh wait, this dungeon is the only node where we have unfocused encounters. Okay, yeah, this is the only one where there's unfocused. True, the only one. See, hello, Bamboo had Kim. Flash to lose it. Yield my flesh. He do be yielding his flesh. Flashable counter. To claim their bones, of course. Brand, no. Base defense level, base defense level. Oh yeah, oh, level 81! True. At one poise count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. Huh. If Pride Resin was activated, gain Pride Resin poise, slash crit damage, blame the Banter. This unit or assist unit is defeated. This unit loses 10 SP. No! Yield my flesh to claim the bones. Brings it down HP down to 0. Nullify that damage. Then this unit's HP cannot drop below 1 for the turn once per encounter. 30 plus points and 50 unit speed to 20 next turn and equip Yield my flesh on the leftmost skill slot. Okay, if he dies, he does have 1,100 health. Oh yeah, what's Engdu's level? 60. Okay, Engdu is 60. Oh, also yeah, there's new enemies. Hello, new enemies. Resentful Blade lineage Salsu. Last breath, bearing of a Salsu. 20 plus points, equip slash series on the leftmost slot. Once you deal more damage, lower health. If Bamboo Headed Kim is on the field, gain slash damage up and +2 bleed count. Huh. And then head splitting memory is the funny one. Striker stance. Slash series. How scary. Anyways, win rate because fucking unopposed.
예측할 수 없게.
그 삶에 마침표를 사선이 비었어요.
시야
귀화요격,
확보.
탐수,
쏜다.
정lin화.
Kim got nerfed. It's the classic, yeah.
숨이 닿도록
Nerfed him a little.
하나.
Still probably strong. But funny enough, he does. Interesting that he does, however, have like an extra passive of, you know. Oh, if he actually, by the way, if he's gonna die, he does do like, he does funny move.
타겟 포착.
So like, I guess, you know. Oh, overthrow. Oh, he's still kind of.
깔끔한.
We'll take the carry, thank you.
머리통에 작살났다고.
I do find it fun now that we like, maybe this might become a way more common thing that we have like these assist units now, like starting with Kanto 9. And I find it fun when we get like more assist units. And you can play around them as well. Oh, see here, just kind of click on these ones. Maybe I should have used the defense there where I show us struggling, but of course, indeed, Ryoshu takes no damage because if Ryoshu takes damage, it just goes to the other. It just goes to the other spider identities, which is funny. Also, right, I should maybe put in fluid sac, but since we have poise actually in our team, I think Sorakalia works. It's just that better to use it very early on so that we can deal with chip damage right away,
좋아해.
rather than just remember to use it early on like the boss fight. Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. Youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. That was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying cars like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a ride. There's been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He asked him if he could help him with his directions. What should we do? You've never been here before either. Let me ask my group if they can help. Sure, let's ask. This presumably give us a check. You literally can't lose Heathcliff. Heathcliff opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and turned around to where Bamboo had a Kimmening doer. I'm not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better. Fuck. I accidentally skipped. No! No, they didn't let me read the rest of it! I wanted to read! Well, they helped the guy maybe find a place, possibly, and they gave us a water dropper. Heck. Unlike identity gains assist defense, the ally set gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. The effects apply only to number 1 deployed identity. Turning and gain 2 haste next turn when identity speed is faster than the enemies deal +3 damage for every speed difference. Well, I guess maybe we put Engdu as first identity then? Because she also gets, she does have assist defense as well, so. So maybe we put her as number 1, so that she gets the speed buff, I guess. I guess it's not, that part's like, that's just a bonus part. Yeah, this is just a bonus part. Or does it, is it when you get assist defense, you then also get this if you're a number 1 deployed identity? Yeah, it's just like a separate. It's just turn end, gain 2 haste next turn. When identity speed is faster than enemies, deal +3 damage for every speed difference. Of course, Ishmael also, I think, just had some of this built in as well. Okay, funny, fair enough. It is just like a separate thing. But indeed, we can try and, well, okay, well, whatever. We'll put Ishmael number 1 anyway. Sure. We'll put her in first anyway.
어머, 부탁드려요.
So how does she gain assist defense again? What was it? Is it just you're using her own defense? Let me check on her.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니.
Okay, yeah, the very least classical guard is gain assist defense. Was it? Did she also get it on S3 or something? Or was it just on defense? Yeah, it's just on the defense, isn't it? Maybe there was some passive as well. Oh, yeah, she wants haste because she has this funny thing. On the yeah, because she gets the haste, so then she can't get staggered if she loses the defense skill thingy. Oh, of course, yeah, she does get buff. She does get buff if there's a blood image on the field. If there is any unit then less than 50% HP on the field, excluding this unit, gain assist defense. Okay, so there's this. If there's someone is low, then you also do get an assist defense. But otherwise, it's specifically from just using her own defense. And look at this guy fucking win his clash, of course, you know. Of course he does.
히스클리프, 지금.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
Also, now, by the way, now it's selecting S2. In focused encounter, it does S1 every time on win rate. In unfocused, it does S2. Oh yeah, also it does indeed Kimsot actually get lines indeed. It's just that you cannot voice, so then hard to like grab. Also, while they're fighting, I'll go with fire. Juice.
자격 개시.
귀와 요격 몰아떨굴 수밖에. 짝 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Go, Ryoshu, do your funny
낮도
things.
밤도 지워.
So, how are you only at
다도록 베어낼 것.
20 SP now? I guess it's only been one
정해진 운명이라네.
field before this one.
히스클리프, 지금.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
Remember, everyone else is 45 though. Why has she not been clashing?
소위.
Too slow or something?
여기 심장이 잠깐 저릿했기에.
She's literally the only one to know. not at 45 SP.
자격 개시.
All the oral clashes have been taken. What the hell?
몰아떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격.
Free attacks, yummy.
단수가 이어졌다면 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Okay-ish. Okay-ish.
단수가 이어졌다.
Okay. 3 attacks. And then Kim sold out. Had a bit of Sans Undertale going in there. Question mark fathoms. Catch a glimpse of a figure staring off in the darkness of the unlit prison. About Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes there? Sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Came there we are prisoners guards, keeping our eyes on the prisoner. Unsheath our weapons and stand ready for battle. No, we'll chill. We'll bluff it. Fuck. At least put a little effort into our lives, huh? Clearly pretending to be prison guards the way was a lie to easy, as way we are was a lie too easily disproven. Picked our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Fuck. No, my gift! Ah! Surely I could have just fought them anyway. My gift. Checking my head. Oh, this one has a story on it.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
No, it can't be. My life is experiences. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Oh, this one I recognize. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I've been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air. To clear the air. It was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Devil may cry. But the original saying, you know. And this must be, indeed, the Right State Councilor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. What shall Deng do? Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed out about a yard, and I couldn't dare to start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What are they doing at the councilors? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. We're looking at what remains of them. Oh. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's fathoms looked like. Hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. Yeah, they don't have their heads on anymore. Twice bamboo-headed Kim calling them assassins. In this corrupt land, the Right State Council's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp. Their positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold power is ironclad. Most prominent among them, the left state councillor, with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to build his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. They're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working with the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this no different, with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the Left State Council's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, so they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. Then when I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. Kim Lib, a poor excuse for a bodyguard. I failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was. The Left State Councillor. This be my final act of loyalty, ere I depart this life. I'm too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor. All I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, going to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Yes, revenge! Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councillor. I see that you've been hard at work. Cursed parasite. Wants to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some galley have to show your face here. What face? Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable right state councillor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the Left State Councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon the decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state councillor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront to not only the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day written on the letter. Huh? He was framed. Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain, the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. It's but senseless dribble. I saw your men make their way into the council's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Might you be looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well? My lord? Vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered. Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Do you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the Left State Council's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? I don't think this is a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you Dongum. You have been rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. The Cloud Blade. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This could be. Oh, that's your worth, young man. I'm sorry. Don't realize error of my ways. The truth is, though Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water. With those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councillor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with Escorp's labors, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And the charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councillor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Heed us, O villain. Let the aura bones take you. No, he's washed, he became bum. Also hat. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungum. With a brand of a nobby sapping your strength, and that's the brand right here. Brand, no. When your master with the blade will only dull. You to be my executioner, Gyeongyop? Hadn't received the order to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Or would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty? How will you live on now? I don't know. Counselor has abandoned me. There's no path forward. Subject Bay of Anglo Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Gone to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test out the gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9-star points of the board? Find a place where you can bring a new and equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal courts packing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that it would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. As of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, it would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I don't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. Did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid. Kyung-up, come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. Old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Their bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp, and beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. Well, now he's deployed at the Limbus, so I don't have it in me to take such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am, I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will, go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward went stellar. The laying of those stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. Learned the blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually, I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. A little, yeah. He's not had a great time. When Gyung-up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. As I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the Tower of the Blade lineage one by one leap over the wall and approach us, like the projections of Kim's darkening feathers. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. And they must be after... Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. I mean, fair enough. It's fair enough. This is just a bunch of... Okay, now it's a bunch of... This is just a bunch of Chinokuns. And I'm assuming there's some bozos after that then. Would you like to actually do some clashes, you know? So you can get some SP finally? But don't even use that thing.
그려낸
Actually, maybe it doesn't matter on this fight as much. Timeline goes that he served the guy, got betrayed, became the mentor, served the guy he actually liked, and was actually nice, that guy got killed, then he went to the library. Is that indeed what it is? Also, ow. What the fuck? Oh, but okay, it was supposed to be lost. Except it was turn 1, so it didn't have that much power. Yeah, was there indeed... There was a Blade lineage mentor, yeah, and then he took over, yeah, once he was killed. And yeah, then they went to the library, yeah. So that should be, yes, the timeline, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Oh, so this guy's already staggered, never mind, I'm not getting any fucking...
원망도
I didn't get any clashes. Oh, we got the kill though, so that's SP.
좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
You two are. Oh, okay, yeah, true. Yeah, just let them clash their clashers. Why don't I? Guess you don't clash that then.
그대는 어디까지
Fine, well actually, click on them. These two, if they clash something, we let them just clash. Dance Undertale. Pink pink. Oh, the next one. Well, whatever.
Sure.
Like I said, this is just a random middle fight. Stab him. Stab, stab. 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 Gone.
그 삶의 마침표를
Get rent spaced.
낮도 밤도 지우
Brrr.
숨이 닿도록 베어내.
Man, I've heard that fucking voice line so many times now because of the one solo MD run that I did with her. And because it was I did a 415 in extreme run with solo Ryoshu. So that was a lot of fucking... It was constantly hearing that voice line. Someone carrying a sword in his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chinookers, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. So a criminal who has covered the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. Chinookers began walking up to civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump in the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon the Chinookers, having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? Point them to the wrong direction. Alright, okay, skill check, that's fair enough. Yeah, we'll have Mercil do it. I wonder if he had like a buff or something, because that's a huge... So he went away. Appreciate the assistance. As a group of Chinookers hurried toward the direction and pointed them towards the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that Chinookers had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't this vile Chinook take a noble thief like you away, a thief to the people. Oh, wretches, I say, wretches, so well fed while we all starve. I bet they bled rice if we got them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I didn't expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourself. It's a welcome surprise. Yomai, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems the common folks are taking to calling me the like-minded, the blamed lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo had to Kim had once done. Ahem. Kim squeaked out a small, embarrassed cough. I've lingered here for too long. They're already on my tail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these, not much, but should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Granted, vengeance, after all. Share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid, eh? That's what he said as well. With that, he withdrew into the shadows. Oh! Okay, I just got to heal him. And it was SP. We lost some health in the previous one, sure. We take those. Refund that she can fire 4 skills that have 3 AoE on first turn.
당신이
Yep. It is very, very funny. Base one has a better check since your base stack is bigger. She kind of failed the blade lineage checks. That's funny. Yeah, it would mean using her, yeah, so that you actually have, SP on her. Well, speaking of S3, we get to start with one. Oh wait, well, I mean, you're a pre-script target, sure, but it doesn't matter that much, does it? No, I guess that'd be sure. I'll just take it. Really? Too slow? Really? Too slow? Damn! Fine, someone else then. Your only favorite? What the heck? Well, whatever. It's an S1, I guess.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
I have the game muted for most of the runs, but that line is still in my head.
낮도 밤도
Oh, there we get to hear it again.
숨이 닿도록 베어내군.
I guess I should maybe paid attention actually who had the mark on them. Ow. Fuck. We just got so much health back and now we lost some of it. Not supposed to be an easy clash. Shaking my head. No, he was really low SP. Oh, I guess maybe they don't carry SP over. I guess they might start at a... I didn't realize if they actually did indeed yet. If they actually reset SP. I can see that. Bonk.
그 삶에 마침표를. 사선이 비었어요.
홍로 지원한다.
VS2.
해군. 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Where's Engdu? Yeah, because yeah, Engdu is also just at like 5. Yeah, yeah. They don't remember. They don't keep them. They don't have the buff because they're not part of the crew. You know. So they don't get the buff. Actually, yeah, you just go for him actually because they have the funny mark on them.
사격 개시.
Hopeless. I just realized. What the fuck? It's not the brand. Engdu also doesn't remember SP. The brand is just the defense level stuff and also lore. So that's not,
이 순간이
unless it's also in the passive somewhere. Then like, whatever. If we're just talking about him not remembering SP between fights, I think that's just kind of how it works for assist units. I like bucket.
귀와
How
요격
does she clash like?
탐수.
미래를 과거와 같이.
How is she clashing? Because you know, Engdu doesn't have no brand, but she also resets SP. Assist units just don't remember SP in that way. Just kill them all. Yeah, well, I'm just kind of suck at it clash-wise, but...
사격 개시.
Nope, just fucking disappeared.
능력이 심장이 잠깐 저릿됐기에.
No, hopefully this kills. Okay, good.
긁을 수밖에.
Also, it was just Chinookers. We didn't... in the CG, obviously, we had some like Blade Lineage outfits as well, but it was just Chinookers and no Blade Lineage. Le boss. Actually, let me just blow my nose real quick before we go. And actually, I'll go to the bathroom, just in general. That's right. I guess technically we should have put like Faust in the starting team so that we can use Thoracalge right at the start. But maybe instead we just have her as the first backup unit so that when Heathcliff runs out of ammo, then Faust will come in. That also works. Instead.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
I'm assuming we fight the earlier woman again. Now I guess we know it's a woman and not a guy. Now it's just the full fight instead of only the shield. Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I'm left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Imgengyop in there. Gingyop was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. Even she must have broken in the end. Scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find at the current state of Escort, but it's plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a base of speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. This, what lies before you, is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. True. Did this Imgengyop appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gengyop wasn't like that. Gengyop. I still believe that Salpipeagor Industries deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. Oh! We fixed her. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current Escort. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, owning that rivers flowed to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And yeah, okay, here's indeed how it was. Picked up by blade lineage. The river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escort, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? Think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expect better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. And I hope that one of those bends in the rivers of yours would float you back to the knock on the gates of Escort once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my... and stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Imgengyop, Second Order of the Salpipeagor Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command. Bah, scary eyes. And sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Damn it. Come on, Kim. We were so close. We were talk no jutsuing our way out. Okay, now she's no longer freaky. She's no longer freak mode. And I'm guessing we're also not doing the... Actually, well, I mean, maybe... I was wondering if we do the, you know, flipping back and forth still. Okay, now she just changes the pattern just, in general. Now she just, changes the pattern as is. Instead of doing the little flip back. Gain or lose 2 sword by the homeland cell stack based on battle from the homeland himself. Does not activate in the first turn of the encounter. Bear hunt gain stack, tiger hunt lose stack. In the turn where this unit equipped envy skills, this unit will not be affected by swordplay of the homeland stack adjustment effects and will reset swordplay of the homeland stack at 5 next turn. Well, okay, interesting. Fixed panic, yippers. Turn start. Did we already... Oh, no. Nope, it's more text. More new text. These are the same, obviously, because they're... Yeah, these are the funny... the same stuff. More than 5 being fragile equal to surplus swordplay, yippers. And this is at less than 5. And obviously in... I guess in... Bear... wants to be high stack, and then Battleform wants to be low stack? Maybe? She's also quite large, yes. But no, she's large because of the armor. 3/4 circles, court circles of South BMP are each remade the standard Dujang Brigandine of Escort, forms suited to their own doctrines. Doctrines. The olden tales say that the Sal has never been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. Has ever been, not never. The P harvests the blood that spills forth from each open flesh wound and turns into endurance on the battlefield. The P takes the close of a slaughter. A part one joint from another to bring the enemy to their knees. Then the blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of killing. So a different battle form. What conditions I might use apparently includes both the Homeland Arrows thingy. Lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, which is funny. You can actually, I guess, avoid it by just indeed losing some clashes. Or the Natural Stagger or Low Morale Panic. You know, Max, use a powerful skill. If you use both the Homeland Arrow skill the last turn, use a powerful skill regardless of stack. If I were lower, powerful skill regardless. So the Homeland passed down the Soul Court Circle is not, as its heart, an art of killing. To cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips their opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the Homeland practiced by Sol. There are those who persevere in training a lack of talent, and there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men saying the title of epic blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes for this blade of mine is to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I should persevere in owning my prowess. And this thing, which is just indeed like gaining clash power during the turn. Deal and take plus 20 damage on critical hit against and from Pambu Head Kim. This flesh I claim. These balls I claim. I guess she's in she in bear mode right now? Yeah, she's in bear mode. Le bear mode. Oh, hacking coins. So what are you guys clashing? You're clashing that. You're just defending. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We might. Oh yeah, actually, I guess I could lose a clash on turn 1, but I could also just regret first. We might as well get some regret buffs. Neutral only. I was wondering if I'd actually use an assist defense. She'll use an assist defense, right? Yeah, again, assist defense, indeed. So I can actually use that assist defense. No way. Maybe even 2 assist defense. Technically. Well, actually, you're just gonna evade, because don't use your fucking silly... whatever. Because this can be assist defended by Engdu herself. And then, I mean, you can just kind of attack something. So you can actually just do that, sure. Sure! Let's go for kind of hope we actually don't do enough sinking damage so that he doesn't actually go into panic and thus reset to 45 SP. Also said he, it's a she. It's a thing. It's a being.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
And we only have 2 sinking causers, so... I mean, luckily we do have a lot of slash damage and we have the gift for extra slash gaming. Regret for some funky ping pong. Just for passive. Pap, pap.
사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보.
What were the main ways that they actually gained?
걱정. 해군. 좋아.
Is it just a
지령에게
specific
불확실한 것은 없네.
attack? This is unclashable with Clash start, lose 3 sword of the homeland. But then also, indeed, if it's target skill assist defense, yeah, this is one way you can control how much sword play he's getting. Yepers. Yeah, this is something you're gonna need. Unclashable assist units prior to his sin. The targeted skill is assist defense exclusive skill. Currently the unbreakable coin, but then I'm gonna clash start lose 3. Yeah, so this is one way to indeed control. So I might actually, I guess, use an assist defend on that. So we'll clash 1 normally and then you're clashing that. What are you doing? Oh, you're clashable counter. Oh, okay. Why don't you? Flashing the big one. That's helpful. And then, I mean, a counter is a counter. Because, yeah, because these are very easy to clash, and it's more so just indeed you... Yeah. Indeed. But you can clash either one of these, I guess. Then we use you to do an assist defend. And we leave that open specifically so that the assist defend triggers it, and we just control this. Because he'd lose all of this if he uses both of these without gaining any. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, because, yeah, lose 2 at 1 hit. Okay, well, let's just see what happens. Because you want to keep him, like, sort of just kind of in the middle of his sword stack thingy. Because at min or max he uses Icky move. And also gets like unbreakables and everything.
이 순간이 다 들어.
I guess you could also just not clash them, in which case he won't lose stacks if you don't clash it. I guess that's the other option. Because they want all like super high damage boosts, you know? Okay, now he's at 1 stack already though, so like I think it's anyway, he's just gonna be at 1 stack, so maybe it didn't matter at all. And we should just let them go through, I guess, completely. Because even just clashing 1 put him to 1. Oh, he should, except he should gain? Yeah, because he gained, he gains on turn start. He gains at turn start, which obviously... Indeed. Well, how is obviously... Oh, no, yeah, there's both the homeland. Yeah, okay. Let me read both the homeland. Yeah, because indeed, okay, yeah. So they did use both the homeland because she got to 1 stack. But obviously this has, like, got more than whatever. Also, he should... Next turn should change, actually. There's both. Sword of the homeland, sword of the homeland. Oh no, Clash Start gain 3 sword play, and this is... Oh, the 1 is gain and 1 is lose! 1 is gain and 1 is lose. Red is lose, and then... Target skill assist defense exclusive skill, this effect does not activate. Attack end on hit as an unopposed attack, or on hit against target that uses assist defense exclusive skill. Gain 2 sword play of the homeland song. So like loses it and then gains it. But also only if it's red coin, because obviously attack end, if it doesn't, the attack end doesn't get to go through. And obviously it doesn't... Oh wait, no, this part doesn't activate. It's the Clash Start part that doesn't activate. if it's an assist defense. Not the second or the last part. The last part always activates. This is this part, isn't it? And this is the other way, which is gain 3 sword play. Doesn't activate if it's assist defense. And then attack end. Against target that uses assist defense exclusive skill, lose 2 sword play of the whole line. Right, okay, yeah. So indeed. You just assist defense class, like the one that you like. If you want to stop gain, then you assist defense clash this. If you want to stop losing stacks, then you want to this thing. Okay. And then you have Bow of the Homeland Cell Arrows. Target the enemy that has the most bleed. Unaffected by sword play. Consume free poison, still getting final power +2. Bleed, lots of stuff. It's just, I mean, it's a big one. And there's guard forms and counters. Okay, okay. He's somewhat understanding. And right now it's still, yeah, it's still a bare form. Also, I do like they actually give you like a little, they kind of just tell you like, okay, which one are you aiming for? Aiming up gains advantage at higher sword play of the Homeland Cell stack when in bear mode or single coin mode, and then it should, you know, presumably indeed be the other way around. Also, she's gonna fucking distort soon. She's a fucking 38 SP. She's losing too many clashes, okay? She's gonna fucking panic and then reset to 45 SP. So now actually, because next turn she'll switch. So we want her to well, she's already at, you know, we want her to gain. We want her to gain stacks now, I guess. We want her to gain stacks, except she only has a lose stack part, so. Oh, but if we assist defend this, then it does work. We do have assist defense, so we can just make it work. If we so wish. Oh yeah, you just get that one. It is kind of like a, yeah, hey, in case you can't fucking read, by the way. It very much is. It's a little funny. And well, because you don't gain assist defense with this, so if I want to use assist defense, I do need to just defend on you, which is a little funny. I guess I can also just let it go through. Yeah, true, I can just let it go through, technically. And then you get, it doesn't do that much damage. It doesn't do like any statuses or anything, it just hits you. So you can either assist defend it, in which case you can like avoid the damage as well. Mostly. Or you just let it go through. That's damage. More damage. Free attacks. I don't mind if I do. You look more like you already spent fire already. You can chill here a bit. Kinda, yeah. Also, yeah, now it's panic, which is annoying. Because now we're gonna fucking reset to 45 SP, which is ridiculous. Sinking actively griefing me. Instead of just keeping it like at normal low SP, it's they get to reset to 45, and then I have to deal with a turn of 45 SP. Oh, 51 on the unbroken. Okay, or on the broken coin. Okay, that's icky. I got some. Yeah, I should have saved my S3s on the indexes for next turn actually, so that I could deal with the SP reset. If that is next turn, but that might not be next turn because she got to 45 this turn. Okay, it's next turn. Okay, so we're in that way chill. Oh, she's speaking, but I can't see anything. Okay, well, there's a big move. At least some kind of big move. Is this just 55% HP? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. This is just indeed she's at 55 or lower HP. Actually, kind of perfect timing. She's using the big move, but she's at minus 45 for this turn. Kinda lucky. 2 of these, which are clashed by... Oh, and also, well... Oh, I see. He's doing yield my flesh on it. But... Also, it's AoE though. I don't know if I want to let it go through, man. You're AoE. Like, I know you're gonna do your epic yield my flesh gaming, but... but... I don't want to fucking tank this AoE, man. Let me also just read it fully. Oh, see, now we also want him to gain. He's only at 3, whatever, so we'd like him to be a slightly higher. No target flesh shall be left uncloven. Target enemy that has the most bleed can clash with his Scar. Speed cannot be staggered from taking damage until the skill ends. Final +1 for every 4 bleed on target. Always flips heads, hits critically, and does not consume poise cap. Oh, Clash Win always flips head, hits critically, and does not consume poise cap. Oh, okay, cool. Before attack, deal +20 damage on critical hit for every poise, max 80%. Deal minus, but also Clash Lose then. Does not hit critically. Damage up with this skill, cannot stagger the target. Yeah, no, you don't fucking let this go through. You just don't. Fucking him, please. I'd like to see your epic cool move, but also, motherfucker. Do you realize that you're... Also, yeah, she's like 200... Well, she's 200 damage away from stagger. Unfortunately, she can't stagger until this fucking move is finished. So we actually kind of want to, in a way, clash it with, like, I guess our fastest unit so that we can get rid of it quickly. No, we need this thing, though. But also, clearly, we can clash it with a lot of different things, thanks to minus 45 SP. Do we have anything that we want to give? Clash start lose, clash start gain. Here loses. Clash start gain, and then indeed... Okay, so we clash this one, and we assist defense this one, I think. I think it's that simple. And we can even... Right, we can clash it with this, which is funny enough. And then we also have fucking a bow. If only you had your yield my flesh yourself, my own guy. You will, however, I think, take the hit if you can clash it, that is. You can. You're chill. We don't clash this one, we let it go through. We do need to clash this one. This one you clash. This one we're clashing with her. Defense is defense. This one goes through, but it gets assist defended. And then we can just kind of shoot this guy. But we could also do this, however. That's better. We can offset that and still get our assist defense, so... don't use your S3 on this turn. Sorry, Kim. You just had to kinda, you know. You had to kinda just not do anything. I did not let you fucking aura farm because you were gonna do it on the silly attack, which you really don't wanna let go through. Like, sorry, my guy, but not happening.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
babysit the assistant, your assist units a little. Yeah, it is better. It's just that's one really funny. That's one like Kim is like, holy shit, it's my moment. This is gonna be so cool. Like a Thanos. Now, okay, that's still like quite a lot, by the way. 150. Okay, I mean spread over like everything. So
그 슬픈 눈빛 억제 완료.
but it's a little funny that he's like, dude, it's my moment. I can do fucking insane shit. And then, you know, also now she should be staggered. It should be staggered next turn as well. This actually, wait a minute, this is... I sure hope she doesn't fucking, like, recover. Also, we get this as well.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이
Go through, like, 1500 health. Almost this turn.
지리멸렬.
Also, this is... Alright, because staggered. Holy shit. I'm the best. I'm the best to ever do it. I'm the greatest to ever do it. I get to use the 45 SP turn when she's staggered. And now it's just death time. It's just like that we just use all the biggest. Yep. Just yep. Yes. Yes. He may indeed be dead. Fucking Furioso on this turn as well. Misclick S1, yeah. Fuck. He maybe... I keep saying... Also, this as well, by the way. Holy fuck, she's cooked. Ren Space Echo Shear and Furioso. And stagger on the turn that she's 45 SP, so I get to avoid that bullshit. Also, I did misclick on S. Okay, that's the S1 I clicked on, yep. Oopsie. We don't even get to Furioso. We didn't even get to Furioso. Shaking my head. Heck. Okay, that's the one I misclicked on, I see now. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see funny boom boom. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. No, I think you're doing pretty well. If only I could have. Maybe I should have let him do the funny move on that, huh? Maybe I should have let him do the funny move and just let all my fucking team just die. Verily, they appear evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. Blade work is far beneath him, seeking the end here, is he? He does want to claim his flesh. But also he looks a little happy. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Have a proper sword fight with a blade lock though, huh? True, and you need it for the shots, the aura. A duel between a mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. Two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. The dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. And then, you know, she comes like, no. Stop your fanfiction. Just as Bamboo-Headed King and Im-Gyung-Yup readied for their final bout, Engdu leaped in between them. Engdu? Are you so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? You're so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I'm scared. Scared of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. I've been done with the life that was given to me. Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice, cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. It's about time I admitted that this game cannot be won, that... Mentor? The weakness in your strength has failed your mission. Weakness in your strength. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. The weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Engdu? I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living it. Your words pain me so. weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away of your own that you would cast away your own creed in life? What a weakness will you use an excuse today? Trying to bear responsibly is asked not of you. Blading it was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? It's like, dude, you're not that big of a deal, okay? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? A single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down? Have enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Classic. Out of blades, out of arrows. If the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet, there's no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words. Retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades.
Ooh, like the ego.
Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Engdu and Ingyup were knocked away from Bamboo Head Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. For the first time, I think it's applicable that the boss hangs back and enjoys the discussion. True. They're just kind of vibing. This, you know, there's an element of here of like, this isn't even, is this even a fight to the death or just kind of like two bros? Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. The voice! The voice! But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. Seems that, in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round, as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. What did she tell you? What did she tell you? But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? Ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I don't know whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange, invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Ingyup, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. Yes, to hide from heaven's gaze that this hat I wore. I'll just put on. An empty boat, it bore my friends. No! Otto. In Bamboo Vale, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, the winds and rain may rage, I shall... Never mind, no auto, it goes too fast. The winds and rain my rage I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-headed one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of Blaze to its premature end. That's one way to put it. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Oh. 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 He does have 2 different bamboo hats, yes. He's bamboo hat maxing. We're back. No way. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs... What a fucking sound, by the way. What is a sound, man? When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets and their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. It's our l'auteur! Our film cinematographer! Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. Florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. Photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. Want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and nest? Legendary fixer who can make these syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? Where you get those from cans is not real. Everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get a high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can? So your life is then my life, and the photographs I've taken are all... It can't be my life. This experience and memories of photographs are different. We're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without care about the real thing. That's why we're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. Memories, experiences, reality of your lives. Hello, very bloodied Mersault. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersault's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. Don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersault? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. What I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Boo! Oh, hi, you're back, by the way. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Huh? What the fuck? How is it still here? Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one. For these are your crimes, distorted, crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chinookans of Salpipeo Agro Industries. Crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipeo Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And to be but a part of reenactment impersonating a military commission of the kingdom without the royal decree. You're gonna kill him? Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Oh. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Killed by his own distortion. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you for the imagery. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Ying Up is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Ying Up's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room. Really good, the dude really got killed by his own fucking distortion. His own making. That sprite is also somehow kind of funny. It's just like standing completely straight and upright, but without a head. With all the nice detail on the neck. And there... No, wait. Don't tell me that the headless corpses We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Yeah, sorry about that. Also, Ezra did not look bothered. She was not bloodied or damaged. And apparently the N-Corp guys were just, like, unconscious.
돌아오고 있어요.
She took MVP, 26% of damage. And then,
살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
And then you know the funny units.
이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
9526. The subject. They could pay the... Oh, true, his brain is still intact. True, he can be revived. Yeah, I don't know if they care though. They solved the distortion. That's what they were paid for. Solve the distortion. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. That's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking a radio back in, Ezra commented us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leaders to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion for N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. He still got paid. Also, Ezra looked toward Engdu and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now, I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Right, character development for Engdu and Kim. Phew-wee! Point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I'm never doing one of these without team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. Okay. Please don't lose it. I think you would beat us up. Seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. Hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Engdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Engdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how she's always been. At least from what I've seen, in any case. Fine, you're released. You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Engdu, I'm afraid they might have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Truly, they're the bestest of friends. Everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rode my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Ow? Ow? Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. Dante's getting so used to the pain at this point. Yeah. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. There's a really bad dislocation. I have ought to ask thee a clarification, if thou wilt. Yep. Just I recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us. And they're those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, it's no mystery we had to come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp. I mean, they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. And words hold water yet. Most puzzling, forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question from us all. Given how often I had to rely on the information Maso had provided me in this mission, I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Maso, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. I actually remember the exact number of times they shot us. Shot us. I do. First, so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? Because it's his turn. I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? Incorp. Oh, dang it, are you here because we got beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of distortion, see? It is as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle. We intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we're here on different business, so if you'd be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me. They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold up, Mersault. Let's hear the map. Wait, what? What? Mersault did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Mersault, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisyphe headquarters. Confirmed. By decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that the remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersault? Mersault, who stood calmly with his arm behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? Was less a question, more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? I can't believe that Mersault is actually just going to be in jail the whole time for Canto 10. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Neglected, yes, neglected. They bullied her. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust, either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exiles as sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mersault into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mersault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. I can't believe Canto 10 is actually just gonna be Ace Attorney. Yep, but that's just where it ends. Oh, that's funny. Also, yeah, I did actually have one that I missed. That's silly. What's the time? Oh, Christ, it's 11. Ah! Yep, and now we wait on this indeed cliffhanger for however long. How silly. Oh, right, he's the free unit. I could have been using him as well, I guess. Hello, Angus. Of course, right, he's the free unit. I forgot. Free unit. Guess I could have been using him as well. I could have claimed him earlier. And now give me my tickets. Thank you. Now give me my boxes. More boxes. Stamina, sure. The character story does commit murder, indeed. We'll see what it is this time, yes. So what do I have here? Alright, because I just got the Honglu, that's why. That is a funny spot to end the Intervallo on. Like, just... Yep, Mersault has now been arrested. Whoopsie. Murder without a license. True. That's the only reason it's bad. A decent Intervallo. I don't think this one was kind of anything super special. You get like a couple Mersal crumbs and then the ending. And then it was kind of indeed like a Kim part 2. And just like a little like distortion side quest. And the distortion was like, the type of distortion it was quite convenient, for just kind of doing a story. A bit of a plot device more than anything. It's like, okay, I guess there's like a distortion going on and stuff, which that happens to enable Kim Part 2 and some shenanigans. Okie dokie. I can't even just close the game.
기억하고 싶지 않은 장면들과
So indeed, there will be no streams this weekend because I'm away. I'm flying to fucking England tomorrow, and it is indeed late. Okay, well actually it went about. I was expecting to go about like 5 hours, which is what it has been now. So at least I was about correct on how long it would take. And then obviously I'll be back next week, and then we'll see. Yeah, also, then the source of the distortion very quickly got like instantly killed once it was solved also. No loose ends to tie up anymore. And then next week, we'll see what happens. Obviously now, well, actually, I still have the second half of Railway to do at some point, so I do want to find a chance to do that. When I would get a good spot to do the second half of Railway. I have left that open still, so that at some point. We'll see if I have time for like next week. There will be, at the very least, there will be some Arknight stuff, because even if I don't do Trials for Navigator, there would be the next story event for Arknights. So there would be that. So because Limbus should now also be next week should be empty for Limbus almost for sure, because we just got this. Week after it might be Walpurgis, because that at least should be the order. But then Walpy. We'll know next week, won't we? We'll get the teases on what is next up. And obviously Walpy is, a shorter thing. Walpy is just some gambling and then the quick little story bit for it, so. But yeppers. But yeah, for sure there is story event stuff in Arknights next week at the very least, which will probably be the main thing and what I'll kind of prioritize. Might be another RR Bokkak with Valencina Rodian. Oh yeah, right, yeah, oh yeah, true. We're supposed to get the RR Bokkak, right? Yeah. We're supposed to get the rerun RR, which could then have Valencina. True. Yeah, because I was wondering, I was like, okay, we still have the thumb banner. Is it just going to be a banner? But yeah, no, if we have indeed, it is a decent guess that we would have it with the RR rerun. But okay, for now, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. We'll be back next week. So have a good weekend, as we will not see on the weekend this time around. Instead, I will be on a plane. Oh, by the way, it could be Jover for me. I bought Balatro on mobile so that I have something to do on my flights when I don't have internet and stuff. Pray for my health or something. It might be Jover. Once I start playing. I'm fucking gone. Oh no, indeed. Okay, goodbye. Have a good weekend. And well, Friday as well tomorrow. Goodbye.